We are
I'm hoping I
live.
sound a little bit clearer. Oh,
You sound fine. All right.
okay, good.
We are going to start in our usual manner of recap. First, we have Verdazin as.
Noah.
We have Cross as.
Iala.
We have Blackheart as.
Taryc.
We have Sammi as.
Nim.
We have Tobias.
The magically disappearing Cassian.
And you have me, Yuli, as your friendly DM. This week on recap, I believe is Cross.
Yep. Okay. Last time on Lost Legends, thanks to the quick efforts of Cassian and Maltori, those who fought against one wake in the infirmary set up in the guild hall. Aching, they were urged by Maltori to rest until the next morning lest they harm themselves more, which despite his light-hearted countenance, Cassian could see a man bereft with worry at what transpired below. A night of rest allowed the party to return to their feet and ready to join a second delve below to make sure the holes beneath the chapel were indeed safe. Before they could, however, Taryc was notified that the Gnome Matriarch wanted a word, so a stop at home was in order. Upon arrival, they came across their giant allies, who were in discreet discussion, as discreet as their booming voices would allow it anyway, about their future plans. Lobram wished to return to the mountains to look for any survivors, but North Star wished to stay and become an inventor to help people in this area. With Nim's offering of the deed she acquired for land just outside town, the decision seemed to become set on a temporary separation of the siblings. Inside our abode, Taryc talked with the Gnome Matriarch, who asked about the promised support in helping take back her tribe. Because of the deal with Michael about Kretch, we could no longer intervene, and while no violence occurred now, she made it clear that she was betrayed, walking off into this forest as a possible future foe. Iala, who broke away from the party to visit the shrine of Tiamat within the Bahamut temple, too felt feelings of betrayal, praying to the shrine in hopes of finding some answers from her deity. A potter by the name of Jim came to her side and talked to her to assure her that while she was not getting answers, she was at least being listened to. Sometime after her prayer ends, the group reconvenes to join Kirin's party into the depths. On their way down, Iala is stopped by Kirin's warlock, Limdrop, who cryptically announces that he hates you. Unsure of what that was about, they decide to leave that for later and set about exploring the halls below. It was a smooth sailing until they reached the once locked corridors of the secret wing, finding that all the doors were now mysteriously open. In a minor panic, the group searches the wing to find on some security footage that it's not only the succubus that Noah snubbed or roamed the halls, but also the carnage that one produced during this place's collapse, and that one of the science, possibly infected by the Maltarath, having escaped here long ago. The party decided to examine the room where they fought the angel, with Taryc deciding to open a reliquary that had been placed within the chamber. He opens it to show Matori, and
It explodes. Well done for the recap. Also, is it already becoming gradually more Transylvanian throughout that recap to anyone else? Just me? I don't know.
A little bit, a little bit, a little bit.
Just a little.
it's an Arcanist accent. You can't
They
judge
want
me for
to
that.
suck your blood.
I mean, I think the first vampire was actually from Arcanist.
He was from
so-
Arcanist.
Yeah,
So,
yeah.
I mean,
So
I mean, and Iala has literally been sucking blood. So
My God. Right.
I am trying with the accents. I mess them up
I
a
know,
lot.
it's
You
fine.
do.
You do very well.
You do very well, and honestly, trying is the best thing.
Alright, everybody refresh their inspirations. Iala, take your bonus inspiration for recap. And we will pick up where we left off. Yes, you all see Matori like let out a short, shocked laugh, almost trembling, as he looks upon this reliquary, the object within. If you start moving around him, you can see that within is a large helm, a knightly helm, just a slitted eye slot, relatively unornate. Looks very simple, silver in color.
Is that the legendary Wilhelm?
Wilhelm lets out a sort of little snort at that, and he just goes, "Doesn't belong to me. The face of an old friend, actually. Surprised it's still in existence, really." And Balfour actually gives him a sort of odd look at that before going, "You were friends with an angel."
Angel?
Before any angelic things. I suppose maybe you don't know the story of that. Oh, that's another thing to orate, isn't it? Yes. Well, but I want to hear how you know it. What was it? What is this to you? And Balfour goes, a incredibly well-known artifact amongst certain communities, and he sort of like just taps like his bony arm, gestures at Maltori. It comes up a lot in various holy texts. A important relic of one of Imor's chosen angels, the Helm of Lufa.
I won't make a
Religion check.
check.
Anyone that wants to can make a religion check.
Does that make it very magical or something?
Quite potentially charged in a ritualistic sense. It may not have much. It will not cast spells or particularly empower you, but its importance and its linkage to a god of death makes it very useful ritually. It carries faith.
No, that sounds kind of incredible.
Never heard of it.
I'll
Familiar with this
roll my
sort.
religion, but I'm hesitant. I don't know. Nah.
Yeah, Taryc, Noah, and Nim. It's too niche a subject in religious circles. Cassian, however, yeah, you've seen it mentioned in a Emorian holy text, and like, yeah, it looks like it. Like it's very well detailed for an object that is supposed to have only been passed down by like word and fable. Like this is an uncertain thing, a thing that people don't know if it exists or not. It's never been actually seen by mortal eyes within your recorded history.
Oh, wow. It does exist.
I'll be frank, I never even bothered pondering whether it existed or not. I never expected to even have the slightest of chance of seeing such a thing. Oh,
I mean, it hasn't seen the light of day in
millennia.
However long this is
Yeah.
in here. Should we?
It has been down here as long as Wilhelm, at least.
Yes.
Hmm.
Just moments, really.
How is it that it is even known about to us if it has been down here since Wilhelm's been down here? I mean, I guess we know about Wilhelm.
Balfour gestures upwards and goes, "Well, there's multiple things. Prophets informed of such things, messages from the divine, and there are lasting fables from elves that survived through the cataclysm."
Oh yeah, elves know everything.
If it has to do with life or more, what is it doing in here?
Yeah, Balfour just looks like he's pondering, sort of glancing around, and Maltori, it looks like he's about to reach in and take the helm out, but then stops himself and just very gently closes the door. And he goes, another question. Did they need it for... he actually pauses and seems to join Balfour in looking around and just like motions with his hand. It's all very churchy in here, isn't it?
Other question since I went up and grabbed that. Is this actually something here? Or is this just background on the map?
Where are you pinging? Let me zoom out.
Here.
Yeah, yep, no, those are there. Yeah, going up
Well,
there,
when-
you saw everything that you need for like religious ceremony and such.
There's over by where I gathered that there is more like service stuff, like for doing religious services.
This place did house an angel. I find it not all that strange that it is a chapel.
Wilhelm nods his head a bit and goes, if they were experimenting with connections to the divine, perhaps performing rituals, or maybe one required it to stay settled, or...
Should it be returned someplace?
Returned?
Like the whatever church it's got ties. I don't know. I'm not too familiar with something like this.
I
Would
don't
they
think we can
even-
return this. This is part of the building. How do you return the church facade?
No, I'm
the helm.
I'm holding the reliquary still at this point.
You shake it violently to show that that's what you're indicating.
No, but I do kind of aim it. I'm guessing it's
you
Wilhelm
just lift
that's
it a little
talking.
bit.
Yeah.
Oh, right. Yes. Well, I imagine any. Honestly, an Amorian or faith would happily receive it, but it's such a. It's weird to think of it like that, but even in my time, they put importance on his effects. So that his entire suit of armor was in our care for the longest time, and then there were requests from the church to display pieces of it, and over time we let him go. I'm sure the Amorian church would be more than happy to have it. I think any church would be happy to have such an important reliquary, even if not of their faith.
Who was he?
One of the
As-
wisest and kindest men I knew. He was an Amorian priest, and back in that day, Amorian priests saw, he sort of gestures at himself and at Balfour, the undead as unholy, and entirely, even us intelligent ones. Lysil's presence and her religion wasn't really a thing, and it was complicated. But he was one of Imor's priests, and when he died, he became a Dullahan. Do you know what Dullahan is?
Uh,
Do they have two
Um,
hands?
Well,
that would be a religion check.
Undead are religion, yes. That's a no for Taryc.
Nope.
That's a yes for Cassian. That's a no for Iala. That's Noah is at 12 or 16.
16. 16.
That's a yes for Noah as well.
I mean,
No idea what that is.
I see some.
Dullahan is a spirit that possesses their armor in life, and most commonly they are identified by the fact that their helmet comes off and they're still mobile.
Yes, known as headless horsemen and the like. It's not particularly accurate. I don't. Never really owned a horse when I knew him, but yes, big flaming head, very very charming. Tended to wear his helmets
Oh.
so as not to unsettle people.
that sounds cool.
But he was cool. He was very cool, and again, he he rose as an undead, which very unusual at the time. Morian priests, that's a strange thing. But he happened into our fold, and frankly, he helped a lot of people. He helped with a lot of understanding. And there's just a sort of vaguely like wistful gaze as Wilhelm looks off at one of these. There's a church facade in here, including in some area like stained glass windows that those of you that went close to them when you were looking at monitors and so on, they don't seem to be actual windows leading outside and such. They just seem to be lit from behind these painted panels essentially. And he just goes, but eventually he saw somebody off, joined them in their journey into the afterlife, but he became one of Imor's angels.
That's kind of a little bit mind-blowing. I keep forgetting how many like historical figures that you knew, Wilhelm, like normal people.
Well,
I don't think the people that Wilhelm knew were normal.
No, none of them were normal at all. All very strange. Luther
Mortal
included.
people.
They were the weirdest, in fact, the mortal people. And he laughs a bit, but like you can actually see a mild look of longing on him. But he just goes,
your friends.
very dearly. I have for a long time, actually. Yeah, he waves his hands a little bit and just goes, well, never mind that, but yes, I'm glad to see a part of his mortal form remains. Well, I suppose it wasn't his mortal form, but it's how I knew him, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Do you have any requests of how you want this handled? Do you want it to stay here, or do you want it we can take it to Father Maguire?
He shakes his head and goes, like I said, we said goodbye to him, and what remained of him long ago, we let him go.
That is a very Amorian thing to do.
It's funny, isn't it? Us Lycilians, as they like to call us. One of the greatest lessons we learned were actually tenets of Imor, of finding peace at the end.
I think everybody has to find peace at the end, but less aliens, you kind of decide that
We're going to go
no
kicking
one
and
else gets to.
screaming most of the time, but
Nobody gets to decide when that time is except for you.
he sort of like snaps his bony fingers together and points at you. You got it there. Yes. And and Matori actually just sort of nods vaguely at that, and he looks at Balfour and just goes, and then glances to the rest of you and goes, as for something Wilhelm may not be aware of, nowadays something like this used in a ritual by someone like me, this could help me ascend.
Oh,
This could push you over the edge to lichdom?
He nods. It means I need to tweak my ritual a bit. I wasn't planning on using any linkage to faith, but this is good.
I think this would be safer than destroying other artifacts. This one at least was
Nimtail
a hero.
swishes very excitedly, and I have just completed my pact.
No.
I found out what you are going to do to become a necromancer, a leech.
I suppose in technicality, yes, if this is now what I'm going to use.
Yes, so that means that I have learned.
Well, we do love technicalities, especially when dealing with the demon bastards.
That is unfortunate, but I don't really know if I'm supposed to tell Mr. Deed or not. I was just supposed to find out. So
Well,
I'm happy
when
though.
we discover Mr. Deeds is still around, he looks at you very deliberately, Noah.
Well, I'm really glad that you found your life's dream so succinctly, Maltori. I hope that you will be able to continue with your plans as you wanted.
He actually sees the
And
pause
not
succinctly. Yes.
You are.
Uh,
Don't think about it.
did I,
He's peering
oh,
around the room suspiciously.
you,
I'm wondering though. Do you think they got in here last night?
No.
It
no,
was
no.
here when we were, at least the reliquary was here when we were fighting one.
Okay.
It
That's
shows
fine.
in these
saw it when I
recordings as
moved
well,
too.
whether the contents was the same. The box was there.
Mhm.
Wait, this
What
is a
is the-
wooden box. How has it lasted so long in here?
I was just saying, is there anything fancy about it?
This room is very special.
The two like even a sealed and maintained room. This is ridiculous. What is going on?
Which is that? That's Wilhelm.
Yeah.
Okay.
Is there no spell to keep it preserved for so long? Or is this box mundane?
The only spell work that would have lasted for the catechism is blood magic.
Well, they had a and D,
Oh, actually, that's not.
angel here.
He
Maybe
actually
divine
looks at the
magic,
relic.
right?
Even the Define got disrupted for a time, unless somebody actually came down and reapplied it.
Could it
Well, it
be?
definitely signs other people came down here.
Could it just be the presence
One.
of one keeping it going?
Maybe one did it, maintained it. Yes.
I'm gonna wander back up there, going around.
Mhm.
Or the area around is that stained glass?
Yep, that is the what to you outer character would be LCD panels.
Okay. And I see something in between the table. Is that just?
It is just a large holy icon. You see, it is actually that would require a religion check.
Okay. I will make a religion check.
At least I'm pretty
It's
sure
DC
this
30,
is.
by the way.
I'm still gonna try. You never know what might happen, and no way I can make it anyways. But is that just to recognize what religion it is?
Yep.
Okay. Is the table seem to be normal? Actually, I will make an investigation check up there. I should just
Yep. Go ahead and investigate.
22.
Right, so around this area, you'll see that the table, while it looks fairly like stone, when you tap on it, it seems to be like one of these strange future metallic materials. You look around, and on the floor, you will see like the stone is a little worn, as if like something large often came in front of it and settled down here.
When you say large, can I get a rough idea of how
About
large?
one size-ish.
Okay, that's what I figured. But okay, so
Certain scuff marks on the floor. Yeah, you can see like where its wings must have frequently almost scored the stonework in here.
It's about one.
one
I
seems to have
one.
come up here to where the reliquary was often.
Seems this is her tail, waiting to see what Iala was saying.
I was just saying that at least we probably don't need to worry about this being some sort of conspiracy with Thornfell, as I doubt they want
If
you
that
to
bastard
become a
has been
lich.
sneaking in here, I'm going to be very angry.
I'm giving up if that's what happens, because the arrangement here is way too complicated.
I thought at least that would give you some form of comfort, I guess.
Are there other boxes and stuff sitting around? 'Cause
boxes.
I like to see
Yes,
the
there
pile
are.
of
There
this
are
here.
crates and such in here.
Should we check what motioning over to the pile over here? The other things have in here? I don't know if there'd be anything explaining more.
I suggest maybe you raid this entire place if you plan to close it. Leave any entertainment materials behind. He sort of says with a not too humoured smile. Balfour just chuckles a little dryly and goes, "Yes, we would appreciate that." Lyra, on the other hand, is looking around the room. You know, you've got all of these skeletons with you. They're sort of busying themselves. And she actually just points at the holy icon you were investigating earlier and just goes, what's that for?" And Wilhelm sort of like he's going to sort of move on over. I'm gonna imagine that your guys' conversation is just going to drift that way, like people moving over there, because people follow people. You know, it's habit, it's urge. And yeah, you can all see this strange holy icon. It's almost like there's a large stone spire coming up from the floor, and then there's almost these twisting arms. They don't wiggle or anything, but they sort of all curl in a spiral pattern. And like affixed along the inner curve of each of these spirals are just like small little stone orbs. Some are inset with gems.
It's the marker?
No, it's not a marker. It's not a marker. No. The central stone bit doesn't spiral itself. There
It's
are
the Tree of Harmony.
no. See, if you took a spiral pattern, flipped it so that you could see top down, even if it's facing towards you, like you are looking down at the top of the spiral pattern, but it's affixed to the side of this.
Uh-huh.
And Wilhelm actually sort of glances at it and then looks at a lot of you and gestures and goes, "None of you recognize this?"
That's something I
roll
made the religion check on, right? Already.
Yeah.
I
Uh,
did not recognize it. No.
No, I don't know what this is.
No, not a clue.
And a spiral, I think.
And I suppose I should have Matt's horror roll. But I've already decided thematically he doesn't know, so no, he doesn't get to.
It's kind of weird because it's like the imagery makes me think of something, but I don't know if I am right.
Well, what does it make
Is-
you think of?
It makes me think kind of Tiamat.
Ah.
Or maybe lots of aspects of dragon kind.
Well, there is a vague association in a way. But this is the mark of Badam.
But down?
Badam, yes, the god of the void.
Out of the void.
There's a god of the void.
Mm-hmm.
There's a god of nothing?
Yes. It's
Wow, that's
complicated.
gonna be a really easy job.
He shakes his head a bit and goes, "Actually, very harrowing job. Nothing came to represent out there, space, the thing that holds all."
Is that the
So
th-
they
the
hold the
plas-
stars in the
Wait.
sky?
Yes,
They're
Um,
like the big black blanket
they
So
that
are.
goes across the
They are
sky.
the big black blanket. And because of how religious association works, they came to represent the glimpse of a star in the sky. They represented light out there. They are the one beyond reach and the striving for things beyond reach.
really? Noah kind of gives a gives the monument a strange look.
Wait,
Watch out, Lalasil.
None of
Noah
you?
might have found a new person.
none of you know of Badam?
No.
No, this is the first time
never
I've heard.
encountered the name.
That's troubling. Do you know of an entity called the Nothing?
What's
That
that?
is
That
ominous
sounds
sounding.
terrible.
May
None
I
of
they
you,
make an
friendly?
Arcana check for
none
that?
of you, none of you can even roll on this. You do not know of it. And he
I
just
mean, I know the word nothing, but it's not a
Oh,
thing.
I know
ominous
nothing.
is
Well, that's obvious, Iala.
ominous is a good way to
Oh.
Don't
describe
be
it.
rude to Ialia.
It is what Badam was before he was saved, and No, I'm sure it's not a problem. Just maybe a new guy's a new name or something of that sort.
That's not the. There was talk of the plasmoids and some god that's not around.
They
That's not the
they
same,
ended
right?
up paying homage to him, but he was not their god. No, the
Oh,
traveler was not not Madame.
okay.
Yeah, that,
You don't suppose he became unsaved? Yes.
I desperately
sh-
hope not.
I
Did you know Madame well?
No, nobody knew him well. Even after he stopped wanting to destroy everything, he was still, well, out of reach. Just his nature. Still did not like physicality or interaction much.
Hmm.
His worshippers were far and few between, but glorious people. Never satisfied with what they obtain, only striving for that next step. No goal but to
Nim.
seek.
Nim looks over at Noah. They sound cool.
yeah, they do. And they want to know if this sounds like what was the nothing? Was this like a big
Ah,
deal, like a big event? That
yes,
something like that.
it was a big deal and a big event. Apocalyptic, and I mean far more so than your cataclysm was. It's literally world and universe ending. Our reality was a different thing back then, far more easily snuffed out. But well, yes, the nothing wanted literal non-existence for everything. One of Morgani's children.
Hmm.
Do you still
And
know of the first dragons?
Do we?
When we came
Morgani
when you came down
said,
here, this building said something about that, right, Yalia?
is that not Morgani and Bahamut?
No,
Yeah.
no. In Morgani religion, the first dragons is often the first dragon is often referred to the first child of Morgani Bahamut, which in modern religion is confused for Tiamat. So that is the first would be Tiamat to you, but the first dragons, plural, maybe Bahamut and Morgani.
When we came down here, Sojourn Facility, the voice in the walls said that this building was a temple dedicated to the first dragons. And when we asked if it was Tiamat, they said no, the first dragons, and that is about what I know.
Yes.
I thought they meant Tiamat's parents, but if that's not the case,
No. So back before Tiamat was born, or before even Bahamut had risen, Morgani, long ago before that, had her first children, her first creations. Yes, we have to go with the poetry of it, don't we? He sort of clears his throat a bit and just reaches a hand up to the sky and goes, Tiamat knew herself apart from the others, seeking, longing for companionship, for something like her. She reached into the stars and plucked the light of distant objects from the very heavens themselves, bringing them down to earth. She crafted her first children from these points of light. Beautiful beings, possessed of great power, each an aspect of herself. The first five she imbued with the brightest parts of herself, her physicality, her magical strength, her knowledge. And he sort of just like rolls his hand a bit and goes, she created five children and then she tried to create a sixth. Unfortunately, her metaphysical reaching for stars, as we came to understand they were, she saw a great gravitational pull out there that she yanked on, and she created a child out of a black hole. You're not going to know what that is. God damn it!
Portable hull.
Graviturgy. How well known is it?
What?
The magic
Uh,
discipline of
what-
graviturgy.
No.
Do we even understand what gravity is out of character?
Noah has a
Like-
really, really, really.
Rudimentary idea.
Or was it Iala reading the book? I can't remember.
But
I think it
it's
was
not
Noah.
a term that
Would I
It
know
was
anything?
Noah.
have.
Gravity? No.
Okay. What's grav?
Never mind.
The word.
Okay.
Gravity
Um,
is that force that pulls things.
Yes, very good. Right. Now, stars have vast amounts of gravity. It's what keeps planets moving around them. Your world orbits the star in your sky because of its gravity. It's strong. And I'm sure you've
We have
encountered magic
multiple
spells.
stars. We don't have just one. We have lots of stars.
Moving on. I'm sure you've all heard of experience magic that can move things, pull on them, yes?
Yeah.
Now, a star can collapse in on itself, and its gravitational forces will increase and increase until it is inescapable for anything that goes near it. It creates a
Whoa.
hole in the sky, in the space out there, in the black blanket that devours light, devours everything, compresses it down to a point of, well, non existence.
So an area of infinite darkness.
Yes, the nothing
Ugh.
was crafted from one of these. And Morgani tried to pour into it like she did her children, but it just ate and ate and ate.
I have a spell like that. It is called the Hunger.
What a wonderful spell name. You wizardly types can be very edgy sometimes, you know that. Bathory just scoffs a little bit. We can name our spells what we bloody well please.
Oh, yeah.
Listen, if people can call their sword the Reckoning, I can call my spell the Hunger.
Well, anything. Anyway, the heroes that made this world real defeated the Nothing when it tried to end all. But it was sealed and locked away. But Morgani loves her children, and even those heroes did not feel good about leaving it there. Unfortunately, they weren't able to see its salvation through. It was long after their time, but saved it was. Captain Denoran took a crew out there in a starship.
Captain Denoran rode on a starship?
Denoran's name still exists.
Yes!
Yes.
Everybody wants to be a
Ridiculous.
Captain Denoran.
Absolutely ridiculous. Okay.
I read all sorts of wild tales of
That
Captain
is
Denoran.
absurd. That is frankly absurd. Well, even back in my time, Denoran was a lineage, one captain taking up the name after the last. That Captain Denoran was a captain of a starship, a brownie folk, in fact. Took Morgani and another crew of adventurers out on a journey to the void and found the black hole that the Nothing was sealed in. After a harrowing space adventure, they, well, made him something else. Gave him purpose, uplifted him. No longer a suffering being wrought in the agonies of existence, but something that embraced both natures.
So he was guided back to the right path.
Recontextualized, almost. Theological study had advanced to such a point that the understanding of what the gods were and how they could be altered was put into practice.
Okay,
Wait,
this is
what?
getting insane, Wilhelm.
Sounds like heresy.
I'm sure. I mean, there are some gods that really did not like that, so I wouldn't be surprised if it is heresy. But
I'm
At-
still getting shivers from the idea of everything being, eliminated. Is normally that's just like stories, but coming from you, ugh,
oh,
there's a weight of reality to
It's
that.
kind of amazing to think that people were actually alive in a time when some of the gods didn't exist.
no, many gods didn't exist back in the day, and then they all
You
started
s-
having
you
kids.
s- You say this, and it just sounds so magical and different. That be like, you could have been there before any of them. Could be crazy to me, you know.
Well, they are not They are not infinite beings, although they may live onwards forever if nothing kills them. They have
They're
beginnings.
just like a fact of our lives and reality. I don't know how to think about them not being around, you know?
Yes, I can imagine that. I mean, well, it's like for me trying to think of the non-existence of Morgani or Imor. It would have baffled me back then.
That'd be crazy.
Well, anyway, I have rambled on, but he gestures
I
at
love
the
hearing your
holy symbol
stories.
again.
Thank you for sharing.
And I'm happy to. Maybe
So,
make a drawing of this or
Way ahead of you. Noah is taking out a
trying to yank the icon out of the floor.
Noah's taking a piece of parchment and starts trying to draw it.
Troubles me to think of Badam being forgotten, even beyond the idea of him backsliding. It's just a forgotten god is a sad thing.
is there stuff to other?
Oh,
That
sure, it's
seems odd
make
that
them remembered.
there's two different things tied to two very different seeming gods like this.
Imor and Badam. He's actually going to start looking around as well, and if anyone else wants to try doing the investigation.
I mean, it kind of makes sense if you think about it. They were trying to get into
An afterlife.
an afterlife of that creature, and they didn't know what it was, so
while they are
were
his
channeling.
creations, they became to be heavily associated with Badam. You frequently found them out in the stars
Okay.
once they were removed from our world.
Mhm.
Uh,
And also, it is for something that is out of reach, right?
yes,
Something that you
is
don't
also
understand,
good.
and so that would be good for that. It is related to an ending. Maybe there is a Lullasil sign here for trying to guide the soul back.
Right, that's a good
I'll do an
investigation.
investigation check. Because that is what I would do if I was them, but I am not a scientist. I did not roll good enough. I tried my best.
Okay.
I
It's
shall.
actually a reasonable roll.
That was a reasonable roll for somebody with my tiny intelligence.
All right. Okay.
I'm guessing you don't want me to re-roll.
No. You got that first fine on the one. Actually, no. This is
Your
this is
tiny
looking for, this is looking for
intelligence.
something different. So if you do want to roll again, you can.
Sure.
Cool.
Aha!
fair.
I'm going to re-roll that because might as well to get another if I get
No,
something
you
later.
if you get something later, it'll refresh, but you don't get refresh from
Yeah,
that while you still have one.
Yeah.
Hey, cool. Right. I'll do the lower successful scores first, which is Noah and Taryc. Noah and Taryc.
No,
That-
not
No,
Nim.
not
That word
Nim,
too
not
low.
Iala.
Yeah, the lowest successful.
Yeah. Noah and Taryc. You start looking around as well, and you'll actually start. Takes you a moment to notice because you don't think to look there, but those LCD panels, those strange glass lights that seem to shine light from outside without being outside. You actually do see like faint outlines of holy symbols within them. You see a symbol for Heya. Makes sense. They are Heya's creatures. You do see a symbol for Lalasil. You will see a symbol for Morgani, knowledge. And they seem to be incredibly faded. Like there's different degrees of intensity to each of them, and you can't really make out any others on any of the other panels. You think there was something there, but
I'm
God.
seeing some symbols here. This one looks like Heya.
Morgani's over here.
And here's a Lalasil. This is the best I can make out, though.
Those all kind of make sense, though.
Why? Is the
Oh, we're-
rest? Is
we're
there stuff
told they did.
beside? Good.
Go ahead.
Is there stuff besides holy symbols that we can see on the?
Yeah, there are just you see like religious scripture and so on. Again, a lot of it
those-
faded.
Okay, that's what I was curious about.
Yeah.
Okay.
It looks like a lot of it was applied on top of the glass. Wasn't supposed to be there. And has faded off. Cassian, the 29, you see those as well, and you start examining things, and as you sort of wander around, you start to notice a discoloration of some of the stonework. And you start like looking at the actual floor itself, looking around, and your eyes trail something that fades in patches, but you're able to pick up where the pattern re-emerges. And you start to realize there is a symbol drawn basically on the ground here, even trailing up on the walls at some points. It's hard to make out just from your vantage, but like there is a definite thing of something was drawn here. It's like a lot of the other things had faded with time.
Is it etched in or is it just drawn on?
It looks like it was something like paint or something at one point.
I'm going to try and track the entire thing and just be
You
cautious.
can track the entire thing, but being able to track and being able to visualize what it looks like all at once is a different thing. Do you want to try and get it marked down?
Yes.
All right. You're putting out paper, quill.
Paper, ink pen.
Right. This is
Quill.
going to require.
I have chalk on me if that will help.
Chalk could help to try and outline it a bit more firmly. If you want to do that at the same time, Cassian could ask for help.
Does anyone have something to draw on the tile here?
I
All I got on me
I've
is
got
ink.
chalk.
have chalk also.
excellent. There's a symbol here, and it's big.
Okay.
I have chalk, but I don't think it will
I
help you.
don't know. It's big enough that I can't get it all in one go.
Oh, okay.
It's just
Uh,
Cassian way.
Taryc, follow Cassian around.
Yes.
Mark it out.
Okay.
Okay.
Get
I got
my
some chalk
out.
too.
No, you can help. Fill it in. Just lines between the lines they draw.
Yeah.
And I'm guiding people around
Right,
with
you got it
everything
around.
that I've seen.
All right, they don't have to roll to
Smiley
follow what you're doing. But if you want to try and draw it down on the paper and keep it proportional and scale and such, do you have calligraphy trained?
Oh, yes, I do.
Hey, perfect. Go ahead and give me an intelligence calligraphy roll, please.
There's my less than 20 roll for the
Yeah.
night.
It's difficult. It is difficult. You're probably not getting it perfectly, but you're getting like facility. Oh my god, I can't even say the word.
Facade?
A facsimile.
Facsimile?
Yeah,
Facsimile?
facsimile
Facsimile.
of it at the very least.
It looks similar.
Yes. But it takes you guys like a good 10 minutes to mark it out on the floor. It actually ends up ringing the room. And trails up onto like each of the walls around the room and creates an admittedly worrying circle around the center here. But you end up getting
Is
it.
there any in the center? Do we need to go in there, Cassian?
There is not any in the center, Cassian.
No. It's literally a ring around this.
I
But
wonder if they made this after the thing made the hole then.
as you guys finish it, and Cassian, you finish your drawing, you're able to make it out a bit better from a distance. You're not squinting to see a faded line. You can now see this stark chalk markings. But you do wish you could see it all at once. Which Wilhelm then goes, "Oh, 1 second." Runs over to the terminal and brings up the live cameras from the ceiling.
Did we see something like that when
You
we were
did
looking
not.
at Cap? Okay. So it wasn't here when this place was being used.
It occurred in between. It doesn't make sense. It's been, although I suppose a lot of oddities have happened.
I'm
I'm hovering
gonna,
over Wilhelm as he's pulling the information together.
I'm gonna turn
Oh,
to the
this is
closest
blood.
skeleton.
This is blood.
What?
Oh, yes, perhaps.
This is blood magic. This is blood.
What you all see, either on Cassian's bit of paper, trying to squint at the chalk and get your heads far back enough to take it all in at once. Which basically, if you go stand in the corner of a room, you can sort of see it, just blocked by pillars and so on.
Can Noah flap
or-
up to look at it?
Yeah, you can flap up to look at it if you want. Do you wanna get into the center, stand on top of the glass cage?
No.
Oh,
I'm gonna go stand on
I s-
top of the camera.
you want to climb up the wall and get onto one of the dome cameras in the ceiling?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm
you
gonna block everyone's
You,
view.
you can't stand on it, but you can definitely get in front of it, and her face will appear on the camera.
Hi.
Nim, move your adorable face, please.
Okay, I get closer.
No, Nim. We're trying to see the terror that awaits.
Her face is
By the way.
really distorted
No,
because how
You can see
close it
upper
is.
nostrils really well.
Yeah, I am. By the way,
Yeah, you can
everyone
see
finds out Nim has acne.
a ring that contains spiral patterns, kind of like the religious icon of the unidentified god of the void, or unknown, I should say. You've identified him. Only like they're, instead of joining at the center, they are spread around this ring, and they like curl in way more, creating these little swirls and voids. And then sort of like every now and then between these little swirling bits, they are other arms that like trail off, and that's what goes up the walls and so on. Which I suppose I should. You know what? I can draw you a very vague representation.
I'm gonna turn to whichever of the skeletons is closest to us from the adventuring party. Do you remember if you saw any of this circle when you were here?
We did not see or notice this, and that pattern continues all the way around, alternating.
Okay, and that's the whole room, though.
Yep. Yeah, and that is basically rung around here and continues off to the sides, to the walls.
We'll go over to that circle for a second there.
Mhm.
I bet you this is blood, though.
Where would blood come from, though?
Bodies typically. Balfour pipes up.
What else would one use to make this?
And Wilhelm just goes, "It's not anything I recognize. I imagine it's religious in nature, considering the work. It's not blood magic symbols. They still rely on a lot of arcana." And Maltori sort of nods his head and goes, "It's not something I recognize either. But it's not a bad guess to guess that it is blood magic related."
At the very least, I think they used blood because one would have been the only one locked in here, and there's no way they would have paint
But if they were locked in this room, I mean,
with the bodies.
As there's plenty of bodies around for it to use.
Mm.
they look pretty much made of rock.
Then what would the blood of angels be?
Yeah,
Angels,
Gore.
angels don't really bleed, only those inhabiting a mortal form, and then that's more divinely tinged, still the mortal form's blood.
I'm just saying, I don't think there was paint in here. I had to have blood or something.
He Matori motions at the kneeling bodies and goes, "It might have been acquired by them, from them, but they were kneeling, just inert for what footage remained."
This isn't where all the extra bodies went, is it? Just made them into grind them into a soup and paint the entire place in it?
Possible.
It's really gross. I don't know if I want to be in here
But,
anymore.
Is the how as important as to the what this is?
I think the what this is the more important part.
Hmm.
Hopefully, it's something to keep this hole in check, provided by the angel who was
It's-
looking over it.
You said that this angel, there are other angels like it, but they are fled to the dark place.
Yes, people often encountered derelict freighters that had become infected, barren worlds that had them dwelling on them, and if they got to an
Maybe-
inhabited colony, then, well, you'd find a planet of angels.
Maybe it was trying to call them here.
Maybe. You think this is some sort of summoning?
Maybe. Maybe it was an attempt. You know, maybe when magic changed.
Well,
It-
if this is a religion, even symbols mean things. They are symbology. So,
Yes.
what does this represent?
It's a little similar to the symbol by the altar. Not exactly.
Yeah, which Badam symbol was basically a whole bunch of, no, not that curly. I need spiraling, 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 like that going in with little orbs set into the inner spiral arms.
Mhm.
Wilhelm nods his head a little bit and points at the outer arms of this large symbol and goes, yes, it contains that curving
Oh!
pattern.
Wait, you said that the badam was made of the nothing, right?
The nothing,
And
yes.
it was, and the nothing was made of a black hole
Yes.
that is inescapable. Maybe the angel tried to get Badam to make this place inescapable to the Maranorath.
Oh, maybe. I mean, he points at that large circle that the spirals are now around.
Because it is like a whirlpool. It looks
Mm.
like a whirlpool, right?
Trying to call upon its aspect as nothing to keep the
Seal it in.
Maranoff here.
Yes.
That
It-
makes sense.
It
Or
wasn't.
to take it up into nothing, so it's trapped.
Or back to where it was, which was
Because
beyond.
You said that when things went into a black hole, they could never come out. So
Yes.
put whatever's here in black hole, it can't ever get loose.
It makes sense to me, whether in practicality or just religious symbolism. Such symbols have power, so
But
We
if
have
this
no
was
idea
an-
what the rights would be for this thing.
Or
If this was an
maybe
angel of Aya, where did it learn these symbols? These are not
it learned
Ayan
it.
in iconography?
He shakes his head. It's not Heian, but they know a lot. They're a hive mind linked even across vast distances of space. I mean, we're
So
guessing
it
that this
could
is something to
be-
do with the nothing. This could be something to do with a god of another world we don't even know
would
of.
they make
There-
angel
so
honey?
it's something someone else learned.
Did they make what?
And
Angel honey?
There's a confused and vaguely horrified look on Wilhelm's face. Angel honey?
Hi.
Uh,
Angel honey?
hive, like
That's
beehive.
no.
uh,
You would have done very well on the internet back in the day.
Wilhelm,
What?
you
The enter what?
No, don't worry about it. You
Wilhelm,
have
you said that this shouldn't even have been here. One,
yes.
is there anything in motion to say how they got it here?
Oh, maybe, but that would require finding the files. So why don't we? He sort of lifts up the data pad that's like done collating stuff. Why don't we take this out and actually start doing
Hole
research?
is been getting
Sh-
bigger too, like it is hungry.
We should check the boxes in here still.
You think that's not the Mara Norath's doing?
Maybe that is not the Maranorath. Because when it first show up, there wasn't really anything much there, right?
Mm.
But it still made the hole there, yes?
Did it?
Oh, in some way, it's there's too much to even think about this.
You're right.
Mat-
If it did, if it didn't,
I
it's still a
wouldn't know.
problem.
Matori actually sort of seems to like scratch his beard a little bit and just goes, "Gods can step onto each other's theological space, still each other's aspects, yes?"
Well, they would need to be able to, because otherwise they wouldn't be able to function as individuals.
And
But
Because
usurping, not just coexisting.
You think
Consent
the
is-
Maranorath is trying to take
Or maybe they're
from-
being set against each other. They must have some similar property, maybe.
you're talking Hell and Marin or
No, the Mara
No,
Norath and
Badam.
Badam.
Oh, that could be. I'm gonna go start checking boxes.
Right, you want to start checking boxes?
I'm gonna start clearing stuff out. Yeah.
You'll find various things. Like a lot of it you just do not recognize. There is air quote value in it simply because of material property, curiosity of the current age. Like a lot of the stuff would probably sit on a noble shelf and fetch a tiny sum, without any idea of what it is. Like, what are these little metal cylinders for? What are these strange glass tubes with wiring in them? What is?
I found these funny nails that have curvies that go all around them. And they have an X on the end.
It took me a moment to figure out what out of character what she was talking about. Spike with an inclined plane wrapped around it.
There are some like the click clack buttons that you press. There are like little slabs that have those on them.
I
There
found the fidget spinner.
there is a whole lot of air quote value, but very little of use.
No more religious items or anything.
No, they were all already in place and gotten out.
Okay.
Yeah. No, a lot of this just seems to be like general upkeep supplies. Not that you'd really know that, but
Nothing.
You will find a box that is labeled instant meals. Actually, no, you don't recognize the text. It's not auto translated.
Yeah.
I'm guessing is this in a box is obviously different.
Yeah.
That you mean donate. I found a unique box. Hold up
Unique?
box.
Oh, okay. Those are ready meals. I can't imagine they're still good.
I'll
Are
try
all
it.
meals ready?
No,
Isn't that how
don't try it.
meals
I
work?
really don't advise trying it. They had like a 10-year lifespan. I can't imagine they're good after this time.
Your food was alive?
No, shelf life. Oh, that's not going to make
Our
sense to you either.
Food starts alive.
Shelves?
Okay, in my time,
we have
we
shelves.
could take
No,
ingredients
shelf life.
and make a meal, and then do something to that meal that means it was not going to go bad and could just be reheated and consumed far later and easily.
Ice.
Not
like
ice.
Magic.
Not magic.
Isn't there? Okay.
just like
It's like
jarring
a magic
fruit,
box.
right?
Like a magic box that makes things not go off. But no magic needed, and it's just a little package, and you put it in an oven or a microwave.
You're
Well,
talking
Microwave.
simple preservation.
you
It's
sound-
salted pork, salted fish.
No.
You sound very stressed.
Yeah, but that doesn't last for 10 years.
But it's a similar concept. It's making something that would go bad very quickly not go bad not very quickly.
Yes, but
You're
without
telling
changing
me
its
that there's-
properties.
Inside
I'm
there is rotten food and I shouldn't
Yes.
eat it. And it
Yes.
doesn't really matter
Putting-
everything else.
putting the box back.
Yes,
where
just
I
throw
found
it into the garbage hole. He sort of gestures at the center hole, and then Porter goes, "A jest. I really hope that's apparent."
It goes down the
box-
hall, and all
Can-
we hear is this nom 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 from the bottom.
I put the box back in the other box I found it in.
But yes, you'll find a
Actually-
lot of value and little of use. If you want to have a chance to find something of use, that will be another investigation check for people that want to check these boxes.
Considering
I'm
how deep
actually
that
doing
hole
it,
is, I
so-
wonder if we could set something up so that, the
16.
sanitary
I wish I had the 19
town.
that I
Oh,
rolled before.
the town waste hole?
Yeah, it would be good for that.
I wonder if there's anger, the Mara, or Wrath.
There are many outhouses, and that's a lot of cleaning that they have to do to haul that away. It would be nice to use a centralized hole like this.
Iala, nope, you're only going to find generic value. Taryc, you find, what do you suppose Taryc going to find? You're going to find a change of clothes. There is a little like lab coat set in here.
Ooh, lab coat.
Nim,
My character has no idea what this is.
Nim, amongst the boxes near the ready meals, you are going to find various utensils.
Are they?
You'll find sets of forks and knives and spoons in multiple scales. Looks like for large folk, medium folk, and small folk.
Hey, when you say small folk, is that Trixie size small
Yep.
folk or like half? Okay.
Yep, Trixie size small folk.
I am not saying anything, just quietly putting all this in the bag of holding, just not saying anything.
I'm sorry. The large ones, I'm pretty sure, are making quite a bit of noise. You trying to move them?
No, they're not gonna rattle around because I've got to unwieldy hold one at a time. It's not like I'm grabbing a armful of them.
Noah. You are going to find a strange little box-like device, which Wilhelm sort of picks it and goes, "Oh, instant camera."
Instant.
What's a camera?
What's
Oh,
instant
no, we
about
have
it?
been explaining cameras. That's right.
You sort of know of camera as the recording
Bulbs on the
thing
wall.
so far.
Yeah. How does that?
What's so instant about it?
Here, if its power cell still works, he'll take it from you briefly, and then he'll sort of point the box at you, and you go, "Strike a pose, Noah."
Noah strikes a pose.
There's a click, a flash, and then very rapidly it prints out one of those strange, incredibly tough paper things that you've gotten replicated, which contains an image of you, Noah.
Whoa!
So they went digital and then brought back the Polaroid.
Mm-hmm.
The newest of Polaroids.
He'll actually start explaining just out of nowhere, because clearly your characters don't know anything about this. He just goes, for a long time in society, all of this sort of thing was just stored on the versions that the computers you've been interacting with as data. But well, that stuff's prone to security breaches, and also people just have a nostalgia for the physical. So this became popular again. Physicality.
Can I have that?
Certainly, yeah. And he hands the camera back to you.
Yeah.
I'm gonna try to put the lab coat on.
Mr.
Noah,
Wilhelm. Mr. Wilhelm.
So
Mr. Wilhelm.
he looks over
Dragon.
to you, Nim, as
My spoon has teeth. Look, the spoon has teeth.
that's a spork, dear.
Oh,
What?
I thought you were
it's
the grapefruit
a
spoon.
knork. I don't remember what they call them.
would
Did
Noah,
the silverware have a baby?
Yes.
Oh no.
The lab
No.
coat like barely fits Taryc. It can't close on you, and like the arm cuffs sort of come just past your wrists.
Oh, wait.
Big
even better.
Noel
We
in
saw-
a little coat.
We saw the researchers in these, didn't we?
Yes.
Yeah, that's a dead person's cloak.
I mean, they're all obviously dead people's clothes. They don't have this time.
My mind
Wait, I've
just
got
went
dead
some
people's
just
suit
had
utensils.
I just had an image flash through my head, and Taryc is currently doing the entire sexy pinup with the button-up shirt. Only it's a knoll and many boob.
Cassian, You pick up what looks like to be just like this little slat, much like the data pads you've seen around. Only it's got this this like pen that you don't know how this works. Must be some form of magic, even though you're starting to doubt that because of how little magic they seem to use. This pen that like just magically attaches to the side of it. You can pull it off with ease, and yet you put it back in place, and it stays in position. And you poke at the screen, and it leaves a black trail.
Oh. Oh, that's neat. I'm going to hold it up towards Wilhelm. Notepad, I assume?
Of a sort. Press that little circle at the side.
Bing.
The line
Hey.
vanishes.
Oh my god, it's an old toy.
Huh. So
Hmm.
you can't make permanent notes with it?
No, I imagine someone in here may have been mute. He actually points over at one of the smaller, kneeling, calcified figures. Dwarf from Here's Land, I think, Duragar.
Oh.
They did not speak, and that was one of many methods that such people use to communicate.
Is that a current thing, by the way?
Now,
In
here's a
Kumi?
little peek behind the scenes. You really like that aspect of her Duragar and wants to keep it. She's currently trying to think of why that would still last, considering why it happened in the first place. But yes, I
we
think,
don't need a reason why.
yes.
It just is.
I
Okay.
want you to know
It
that
is,
the
but you won't
DM
get
is
to-
thinking
it
this
is.
through. But yes, it is a thing.
They still do that today.
Tradition holds.
Understood why, but they do it.
Cassian's
but
writing
yes.
just rest well on it, putting the pen back and setting it down in front of the Durogar.
Sweet.
I'm gonna walk up to Maltori after I take off. I think this will fit you better than it fits me. Hold on to each
One
other.
second. And he's going to start like derobing. Which you don't often see Maltori without his robes on unless he had just come from the bath. But he does actually have like little like proper underclothes on. He's got a shirt and just these. It's actually kind of like a skirt. You know, the kind of skirt you'd tuck under and such if you needed to. But
We see it every day.
no, because you
'Cause he
don't
takes
often
a
see
bath
him in
every
this in between stage.
Okay.
Are you sure that's going to be warm enough for Matori?
And Maltori is going to put on the lab coat and makes a strange figure. This like striking white cloak over these like ruddy dark underclothes. This massive beard. Still wearing his wizard hat. How do I look?
You're
Like a
missing.
scientist.
I don't know why, but I feel like you're missing something.
Might need to accessorize.
I need to find one of those. I want to dress up as a cyanist.
I did say there were lab coats. There are multiple.
Oh. No one's going to try one on.
A little big
Are
on
we
you,
white
but
wizards now?
little
Look
big
at
on
me.
you, Noah, but it trails the floor a little bit.
Look at me, I'm a cyanist.
What a grand scientist you are.
I don't think that would fit me.
I mean, it
Well, you just
probably
need to
fit you
wear-
better than most of us.
I
It
think
you
just
need-
fits you fine.
covered the your lower half.
You just
in
need
a
to wear
little weird way.
two.
This is
Actually,
a
I'm gonna go
jacket.
through. Does any of them got like the split like on a like tails on a I can't think of the word.
Yeah,
like
a few of them
tux.
have a split because there were tailed scientists.
I pulled up one of the split ones. See?
Cassian will try it on.
Yeah, it fits you. It looks a little funny, draping down around the central body. Doesn't sit perfectly, but it fits.
Cassian's shifting his middle back a little bit, like, that's weird.
We're you never expect to get their middle back.
Wilhelm looks immensely amused for some reason, seeing you all try these coats on.
Still feel like I'm missing something.
Glasses.
Just a bunch of
Glasses? What is
kids
it
at
called?
the
And
science.
Glasses.
pocket protector.
What's a pocket protector?
Protect your
Protect your
pocket.
From what?
I will protect your pocket.
A pen.
What's a pen?
It's a you use quills, yes?
Oh wait, that's the thing. You mentioned those before.
Yep. Yep.
Yes.
I will defend your pocket against the pen.
They did unfortunately also call them brownie seats.
What?
It was not a kind thing. But still.
Is that a brownie in your pocket, or are you happy to see me?
I don't know why that got me so much. That's great.
I don't
like
understand
that.
what you mean, Cassian.
Don't worry about it, Nim. Don't worry about it.
Well, okay. Do you want to keep all this junk?
Treasures.
He's motioning at the fake miscellany items as well.
Yeah.
Cassian's pulling out of the jacket. No, this thing is not comfortable. And then he's putting back on his robe.
We should still take it all out. We have so much money. We could sell this to some noble fool. And he's just picking up a little cube that is multicolored.
We could give some to Fula too and to town and help them out.
Yes, of course. Donation.
How?
Well, we can't carry all of this, and it would be a real pain in the butt to sell everything. So, we take our fill, and then we end up some other stuff.
Balfour is actually going to speak up and goes, you may as well at the very least get it outside these doors.
Yeah, we don't want anybody coming down here. If we clear everything out and then make sure everybody gets their fill, then they're less likely to come in.
Lyra's actually going to point to Balfour and goes, I think you're thinking what I'm thinking. You may not want to actually spread this stuff around town.
Mm.
Do you think it would be infected with something?
No, but
Treasure seekers.
People to come down.
Alicia actually nods and goes, I know if I saw this stuff for sale and around town or just on someone's mantle, I'd be curious to see if there was anything left.
Mhm.
Oh, that's a fair point.
Maybe take it far and don't disclose its origin.
That's probably a good idea.
Mhm.
And she looks over at Gideon and just goes, Gideon, I don't think we're going to use our storage anymore, are we? And Gideon seems to ponder a second before just nodding, going, no, I suppose not. Let me empty it out. And you'll see Gideon pull something from their breastplate. They sort of reach behind it where they've got something stored. Sort of a few tugs, and then they lay out this large portable hole. And he looks like he's about to call over to Torin, but still sees it. He's engaged in conversation still with Kira and pauses and just looks over at Lyra and goes, help me unpack. And the two of them will start removing things. Looks like they've got a lot of reading materials. They've got a few boxes themselves. Gradually just unloading this portable hole before Gideon sort of brushes his hands together and looks to the group and goes, a gift to you all. You'll make better use of it than us, I imagine.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Who?
Iala moves forward.
You stay
Wow.
back.
What?
Ebinsar smacks your lower leg with his staff, Iala.
Ah,
Don't you think about it, you greedy goblin.
but it is a gift.
To the group. And if you get your hands on it, it will not be for the group anymore. It'll be for you.
I can share, honest.
You have proven otherwise. Until you can prove it, no more magic items for you.
You take that back. Take that back, Montori.
I learned to be a
Cassian,
good girl, and I'll take it back.
Cassian's just doing the entire kiddish. Ooh, got in trouble with teacher.
Maybe Cassian, you should carry it, or Noah, because you both could use something to carry heavy things, and that would be good. Taryc is already quite capable of carrying a lot, and I have my bag.
Yes, I was going to suggest
well,
that
we
I
don't
don't
want-
take it.
Yeah, we don't want. We also don't want this thing anywhere near your bag.
Emergencies.
Yeah, if we want
Emergencies.
to vaporize everything.
Well, sometimes death is way better than any other
I
feat,
mean-
so.
If I'm going to die, I'm taking some asshole with me. And anyway, I don't think you die. I think you just go someplace else.
The astral plane, but it's not particularly survivable.
Most likely going to die, but you know, I choose how
But
I
if you
go.
have a grand and mighty wizard review,
Yes.
I'll hold
Cassian
on to
puffs
it.
up a little bit and flicks his collar up and just kind of looks at Maltory like,
Okay, children,
gonna
push
do it,
the
Noah?
boxes into the hole, but the good hole, not the bad hole.
I'm going to start huffing boxes into the hole.
Right, you guys can.
once we get it loaded up.
Uh-huh.
Meltory, or should I put the reliquary in there also?
No, he's
Why do we
actually.
put that? Someplace else.
You actually see him fishing within his own robes and pulling out a smaller bag, an actual bag of holding, and he just goes, "I should fit in here, if you don't mind me
will.
holding it."
I
think you should have it.
No, I'm going to.
He's actually going to look over at Wilhelm and just go, "You sure you don't want this?" And Wilhelm shakes his head and goes, "That's not Lufa."
I think maybe this Luther person would be happy that you are getting something wonderful out of it, and it is not just sitting in a box.
Besides, I'll be kicking the bucket soon, and then you'd have to take it anyway.
Why do you say things like that? That's awful.
What?
right.
It's got to have some levity about death.
But are you going to be able to see him?
I hope so.
You can tell him you saw his helmet again.
Yes.
It's
I'm sure
still
that's gonna
around.
be great.
It's still
I'll-
around.
Taryc, I'm gonna tell you
I'll be
something.
honest
If
with you, I never saw his helmet before. He was already
What?
dead when I knew him.
Oh. Then there was just flame on head.
Do you not helmet? Oh, no, actually, never mind. Never mind.
I feel like there's a lot there that we don't need to unpack right now. All right, so Noah, you're taking the hole?
Yeah,
All
I'll
right,
take it.
be responsible.
Iala grumbles.
Tori gives you a
Responsible.
stern look.
Responsible Noah time.
She crosses her arms and just pouts.
Mm-hmm. Well,
Do we even
then.
know when you cross your arms?
Yes, I can put them above.
Or
I
below.
make fingers underneath.
Yeah, she can heft up or she can push down. Balfour sort of looks to the group of you and goes, "Well, as much as I have enjoyed your company, I think perhaps it is time."
All right.
Okay.
He genuinely means that, by the way. Lyra actually perks up. I know he's got a sourpuss way of talking, but he's been quite happy. Did I
No,
not
I
just
was-
state as much?
It was
I
nice
assumed
meeting
that.
all of you.
I am feeling sad feelings about leaving you in here.
We will
I'd
keep
hope
in mind that you are not going to leave us here.
hopefully we'll get this
Mhm.
sorted out in a timely manner.
We will hopefully see that somebody sorts this out very quickly. Hey.
Gideon actually sort of pipes him and goes, "Don't hope, have faith. You will do this."
Yes.
I have faith that you will do this, Gideon.
I will indeed stand watch over a hole in a room.
Mhm.
You see Torin and Kieran, they seem to take notice that people are starting to actually be done. You see them embrace again and start coming back over to join the group. Torin goes, you all off then?
Yes,
Yes.
Yeah.
so
sounds like
already.
it.
Well, they may be acting so stoic and easily able to do this. I did not live the long life of an elf, and I am not quite so used to the concept of eternity, so come back and get us.
We will.
We will.
And apologies for the deceptions.
Sometimes things need to stay hidden for times.
Telling you about how we fell here and lying about the better part of our journeys. We were given a charge of not to give any inkling of this. He sort of motions around. It seemed better to not involve ourselves in the story of it at all.
It is understandable.
Are we not supposed to run into this then?
No, I think you very much were. And
But
just you. No preparation, no reinforcement.
That stinks. A little heads up would have been nice.
Hmm.
Not from you guys. Not from you guys. I mean, from the guys that
And
tried to
yet,
keep.
we could have given it, and we did not. So if you have any ire towards us, it is understandable.
We lived, so it's fine.
Gideon sort of pipes up again, goes, the path of faith isn't always easy. We do not understand why the secrecy was asked of us. But when you're asked to enact a Mirror's protocol, you don't question it.
Miris?
Protocol?
How the other gods refer to a act done in secrecy.
That's
Okay, I hope you guys don't get too bored down here.
We brought plenty, and the Balfour motions over to like the portable hole that was unpacked. That should last, no, a few years. So do hurry.
Our magical sendings won't reach down here, will they?
They will not.
Oh, maybe we'll get bored and come crack it open early.
Hmm.
We kind of break seals. It's kind of our thing.
Would the ancient stuff get down here?
Wilhelm sort of shakes his head a bit. I was trying to find some means, but if I was a programmer, maybe I'd be able to figure it out, but they stopped communication in and out of this room for a reason.
Is a programmer like a mage for the machine?
Yes, exactly. Someone of in-depth knowledge of how this stuff works.
machine wizard.
I would like to be a programmer.
Well, maybe if you delve into these forgotten places enough, you'll find how to code 101.
101.
Yes, it's the 101st copy of such book. You'll need to find all 100 and... No, I'm not going to tell that lie, actually. No.
So we should go get those printed then, is what you're saying.
Oh, I suppose you could. You want to... that'll hurt you. But
Why
yes.
do I feel that would be this involved situation that even if we did have that information in front of us, we would never understand it?
Be safe, Lysa worshippers.
Yes.
And
may your charge not be long.
They give you various appreciating nods. Lyra waves merrily, and Torin just actually gives you all a deep bow.
Our time was short, but I enjoyed what we had together.
Take care of my family, will you?
Yeah, we will.
But I know they're already doing well. And he smiles at Kieran, his eyes lighting up. And Kieran just nods and then embraces his ancestor again. Seems to be a very huggy family. And Kieran will then sort of look to the rest of you, nod his head, and start walking out of the secure room.
I hop up on Nami and start riding out.
I'm saying it's done now.
As you start to filter out, Maltori sort of lingers for a moment, looking to the Lysil worshippers, and goes, "It's one of the greatest honors meeting you all. I hope to see you again." And we'll follow you all out. With that, you can close up the vault. You got the key card.
Oh, which one of us has?
It had moved from
Cassian,
Cassian
I
to
think.
Iala.
Oh yeah.
I should.
Oh no, she's gonna require rent.
No, it's just a key. All right. So here we go. She swipes it through the key card.
All right. The panel lights up. You're able to press the red button that closes the doors. Those little flashing lights going off once again as the doors creak close. A loud resounding thump as they seal together.
All right. So this key card.
We'll
She
need
turns to
safeguard
Kieran.
it. That's a
Should
good
we
idea.
leave it to your family, Kieran? They will be watching over this town for a while, I assume.
Kieran looks at the key card and then slowly reaches out and takes it and just goes, "We will keep it safe. I will keep it safe.
Keep it secret.
Yes, none
Is-
shall know."
Thank you, Kieran. If there's someone here that can do it, I believe it's your family. They are already protecting this place from within, so protect it from without as well.
He gives you a smile and goes, "Poetic, my friend. Indeed, that is what we shall do. I suppose it is time to leave this strange place.
Yeah, I guess it is.
Let's find the others. Perhaps Brightblade and my team have found more."
Hmm.
Did they pick up the book last week?
Yes,
Yes, they did.
the data pads. Yeah.
Which Maltori actually pipe up and go, "There is also that strange conveyance of a device. It still has charges, yes?"
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
That door's sealed. If the rest of the place is safe, we can afford to come back down. Perhaps we do ration it. Think about what we need.
Who knows what we could use that for in the future?
And our
It
wants
seems
and desires
incredibly.
may change based on whether we decide to travel or not.
Yes.
Yeah. And that just seems incredibly powerful for what it is.
Oh.
I'm.
However, were there
Going-
any things that people needed now that come to mind?
We need to pick up all the books that we were having created the last time we were down here. I'm going to learn everything about that physics thing that they were talking about.
Well, let's go to the room briefly. If you have anything you want, children, now's the time to get it. Then we'll look through what Wilhelm has collected and see if we can discover
Can
more.
we maybe ask for them to print us a book on the religion of
Adam?
Adopt.
Badam?
Adam.
That's
Maybe
a
we should
good
run
idea.
Good idea.
Yes.
Rather than just a book on just the one, how about a collation of all the religions of the time?
Well, I was just thinking if we get a specific compilation, it'll help us with direct. But yeah,
We should
you
get
might
that
be
one.
right.
Perhaps we
Maybe
ask
the
how many religious
first-
texts there are.
First
Yes.
dragons. That was an important thing. Yeah.
Mm.
Yes. And did we print out those message beads?
The puck?
The pucks?
You hadn't
We were
done
talking
that
about
yet.
it.
Yeah.
Okay. Do we want to get the message pucks that are there, or will we just work on our normal mundane means since we don't want to use too much of this power?
I think the
I would
message.
rather.
It wasn't going to take much power to produce new pucks, and then I do think we should get like the photosynthetic thing that makes them work before they go dead.
The charging thingy.
Yeah,
The
the
thing that
sunlight
would
charger.
take 2 yards to charge the one.
I think that was for the
The batteries.
beam weapons, not the pucks.
Oh,
We can ask.
Yes.
but I think we should get Badam book, maybe book on First Dragons, some focused information if we
Maybe
can.
a book on the
and-
Traveler as well.
Yeah.
Yes, that would be good since they're one.
There's pad things that you talk about, Wilhelm. They hold lots of stuff at once.
Yes.
How long do they go for?
Oh, they'll last your lifetime.
So why don't we get one of those with as much religious and other information as we can?
Indeed.
Instead of having a book, we could get one thing. It is sad though, because if we get books, we can spread the work amongst all of us to research. But if we have one pad, it is slower. But
Oh, you could get multiple pads loaded with the information.
That seems costly.
Perhaps, but it's probably less material intensive at the very least than books.
Probably,
we
and less
can-
weight.
We
Carrying
can
them
always
still.
ask how much charge it takes.
I think it would be wise at least to have multiple copies. We are wanted people, and if any time
Why don't
one
we
of us could have
get
our things
2
taken.
copies at the very least?
That sounds like a good plan. Why don't we get 2
Thank you.
copies, and then we can have 2 researchers going at the same time?
A good
Correct.
plan.
Well,
Right.
I'm going to be reading that every single night until I learn everything they have to offer.
I like the cool suit armor vest thing. I wish they came in my size.
Well, they do. In fact, that's not exactly hard to print.
Do you think there would be any just loose around?
Potentially. I mean, this facility likely had brownie guards. They're required in a lot of places. It's a little hard for a tall folk to patrol the areas that the brownie thieves would use.
We
I
could-
wonder if I should see if we find one before printing one. I would hate to waste a charge.
I say we wait on something like that, and yes, to see if maybe we find stuff like that instead of printing it as a precaution.
That's a good idea. Information first, then.
Oh, I can-
Information priority.
While that prints, I can try and find one of those Val Vivate. I can cast locate object to try and find a. I know what these suits are, so maybe I can search for those types of suits, and hopefully one of them is going to be brownie sized.
Let me read the particulars of locate object.
All right.
No, when it familiar
can't-
to you is
You've seen it in
Yeah.
person.
The brownie sized one, and not the one I've seen.
Oh, actually, yeah,
You
a
have-
particular kind. It could do this. Yeah. Yeah, I think you could pull that off.
Okay. Right.
At least you're gonna go find a whole bunch of these vests.
There is that.
Mhm.
Okay, we're gonna enter a pseudo. Yeah, we're gonna skip through a lot of these searches and so on. You guys are gonna go collect the information, get a couple of pads printed off. I think you do want to ask about different religions, don't you?
Yes.
But we'll cover that quickly. Yep, you are able to, when you ask for a religious text on Badam, it asks if you want a specific text or a correlated information.
Correlated.
And there is the hum of that printer going, and there is and it will ask you, do you wish for this in physical reading form or on a datapad?
On a datapad, I think, right?
Well, if we're just
Reading off.
getting the text for this alone, how long would the correlated text be? About 782 pages. It's a big book, but
Whoa.
it's not.
That is a very large book.
Why don't we get the pad and we load up a whole bunch of the texts at once?
Yes,
and we get two of
Wilhelm,
them.
can these be added on? Can it only print pads with the information, or can it put information on pads? Oh, but to answer the question, I guess you address the computer, and the computer goes, "You can use the data terminal to upload the information that is requested." Oh,
That's
just
super useful.
Let's just get two of them and then just upload a whole
Yes.
bunch of crap.
yes, and if it runs out of space, print another pad.
The one you have, Wilhelm, is that one out of space? The one.
Nearly. Their research, the video files take up a lot more room than the text. I'll tell you that.
Alright, well, let's get some pads printed out on the religious stuff and on that
You'll get
space
the
god and
correlated information on Badab. Badom. Wait, which one did I say? Badab.
you said it's Badam.
I have,
Badam. Thank you. And you are able to get that. Did you want to ask about? You wanted to ask about the first, yeah?
The first dragons
Yes.
and the traveler.
When you ask about the traveler, it goes, "Traveler, please specify. Do you mean the god of the plasmoids or the time holding entity?"
Both.
I'm holding.
Both.
Okay.
Don't know any better, just both.
All right. You'll get the information uploaded to your pads. You basically slot them into a little slot on the wall.
I look over at Noah and go, if we don't know what it is, we just put it on the pad, right?
That's a fair point.
If we don't know what it is, we put it on the pad.
Then we find out what it is.
How many gods do you have information on? 16 inner sphere gods and 35 outer sphere gods.
There's
how
What?
many? How
What
many
is-
cats do we have now?
You
They would
have,
know the count
you
off
have a
the top of their head.
substantial chunk. If I look at the godlings, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, added onto the original 13? There's nearly 30 gods that you're aware of.
Her name is Sarah, right? I'm not.
Yeah.
Sarah, what type of god would the god Taryc be considered?
I do not know of this god.
How about a Moor?
Imor is a inner sphere god.
Bahamut,
Bahamut is a inner sphere god.
the
Oh,
traveler.
it came back.
Please specify which traveler you mean.
The
the-
god.
Zelatal.
The god known as the Salatal is a outer sphere god.
Okay,
Okay.
so outer spheres are.
Do outer
not-
sphere gods
okay.
mean they did not originate on this land?
Correct.
Okay. So any progeny of current gods would be inner gods. Yes.
Correct.
Okay. There are 35 out there. They're winning. The outside is winning. We need more
I
gods.
I
think
don't know
we're
about that.
nearly-
We have, what, 30 or so gods ourselves?
Yes.
They're
They-
35 though. They have 5
Zelatal
more than us.
They likely have more
Yeah.
out there. That's just what they know about.
and Zelatal is assumed perish. So
34.
34. Yeah. Okay, we're closer to winning.
What
I don't think
What
we're at war with
is-
those out. What are you talking about?
What is the god you said Badam?
But damn.
Madame.
Badam considered?
Badam is considered a inner sphere god, considering its origins with Morgani, although it has a lot of association with the outer spheres.
That's confusing. All right,
All
let's
right.
get this all loaded up.
Um,
Can you load us up with information about the breaking of magic? Is there any information about that?
Unfortunately, I am not a research AI. The breaking of magic also coincided with the ceasing of research activities.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
do we out of character? Do we know how long ago that was? Like,
You've been
do we
like
have a
Wilhelm doesn't know how
accurate-
long you sleep. The base stopped counting at a point, so you don't have a fixed number. But it was thousands upon thousands of years.
all right,
Do
I
you
mean,
have information of locations of other facilities?
Yes. Would you like a printed map, or would you like this uploaded to your datapad?
Datapad, please.
Right. The datapad is updated.
can you please also include on there, if it's not on there, other entrances to this facility?
Would you like a local facility map?
We could have one of those.
Yes.
There is a little
That
flicker of
actually,
light. Says your datapad's updated again.
that actually might be a good
Can
idea.
you
Just try-
supply us with any known information on blood magic?
Unfortunately, blood magic is not within my database.
Oh.
Well, it's not. Are you sure it's not within your database? Because I tell you, scientists don't just know blood magic.
Was that Wilhelm?
Yes.
Was
It could
It
have been there, and
wasn't-
they could have removed it.
Why would they? They were dying. They sacrificed themselves. They.
Again, maybe it wasn't blood magic.
No,
Sarah,
the ones
show
that
me-
protected Wilhelm.
Show me everything you know about blood magic. Unfortunately, I do not have blood magic in my databases.
Would it be another? Was there another name for it during your time? Like a second name?
Sarah, can you show me the last files accessed by the lead researcher of this facility? There is a moment. Yes, Dignitary Wilhelm. And suddenly, files start to open up. You see that they seem to be titleless, and only have what Wilhelm will explain is as a search reference below of Project Dark Pact, and it seems to be information on blood magic.
Can we get that put on the datapad too?
I'm afraid I cannot do that.
Why not?
You do not have clearance. Sarah, can you put it on the datapad? Of course, Dignitary Wilhelm. Ridiculous.
Can you make sure that we can open it up on the datapad and that the datapad won't get mad at us later?
Sarah, remove security clearances from all files and make them available to anyone that accesses this terminal. Of course, Dignitary Wilhelm. And
Yes,
make sure
that's
that that applies to anything you've already uploaded to the datapads. Yes, Dignitary Wilhelm.
Is that a good
that was a
idea
close
with
one.
what we know is in here?
Would you have been able to access most of this with me? Actually, Sarah, do not allow access to any of this to anyone beyond this room, the current occupants of this room, unless I am accompanying them. Now, I'm going to drop dead in a few days. I'm sure it'll be fine.
I mean, could they just take your dead body in here though?
Oh, that's a good point. Well, you're taking my dead body in here. You get what?
Oh, you know what I meant though. When you make this
He does that weird gesture
uncomfortable.
where he's like pointing fingers at you with his thumb up. As he finger guns towards you.
How
Look
about
over at
instead of
Tori, if you
dead,
are like this when you become a leech, I will be mad
you
at you.
know what? Give Emissar Maltori here full clearance like me, and unrestrict files on his basis, or restrict them on. Yeah, let him have control. What? Oh,
What?
you seem responsible.
Nice.
I'm not
I
going to
agree.
lose this.
Power.
Okay.
I want power.
You,
Papa, you got a library.
You stay away from my power, you other gremlin.
What? I am no longer gremlin. I want power.
I think that's the definition he's using.
Well,
I'm confused. Is there anything else that anybody can think of?
Hmm.
Uh,
No.
Sarah, would you put all previously restricted files on a single data pad, please? Of course. Weapons are Maltori. And there is a hum and a printing. And Maltori's going to wander over, pick that up, and
Pick
just look
that
to the
up.
group of you. Seems could be
Secrets.
pertinent.
It also would give you a good
Yes.
idea if you could decide if those things need to keep being secret.
Yes, Sarah, relock all these files on your system again, please. Yes, Master Maltori.
I'm ready to leave. Where is Iala?
Iala? But she was just here.
Iala?
Yeah.
Where did she
Yes,
go?
I'm
Where-
looking for your little suits. Remember?
Oh, I didn't know you were going to go off and do that. That's very sweet of you, but do you want anything from the thing before we go?
Oh, sorry. There are a lot of things I want.
Oh,
But
why don't you make a list of importance and we'll come back down?
I'll think about it later.
In fact, that will be your homework, children. Once we leave here, write down what you might desire, and we can figure out what we need. All right, you're casting your spell, Iala.
Yes.
All right, Iala, you are you trying to picture smaller versions of this specifically?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, you're gonna get a few pings in a few different directions. And you guys can start sort of heading off together once you've collected your stuff. And Iala, you get closer to one of these sources, and there is like this small. It's not a vent or anything. It actually just looks like a small doorway set at the bottom of a wall that has its own like tiny keypad and everything.
I think it's in here. But she goes into her bag and takes out the brownie ring and puts it on.
You haven't gotten it from Arway yet.
Yeah, you
We haven't
still
seen
certainly
Arway
don't
Oh, I
have
didn't
it.
get it?
No.
Oh, okay.
No, we haven't seen
Never
Arway
mind.
yet.
Right, we haven't seen her because you keep blowing her off. Okay.
It
Oh.
seems to be your size.
This might be it, Nim. Can you get inside?
I can try. I will go see if I can open the door.
Right. Nim, you're able to open the door. Slides open, and you can wander into what basically looks like a brownie scale version of that security office.
It's crazy cool in here.
Yeah, as you're sort of looking in there, there's a thump noise, and you can see Nomi's head trying to squeeze into the doorway.
Yeah.
So you've just got this great big dragon face behind you, and when he goes beep beep, it resounds in here.
Da!
Outside,
Okay.
you can all see like Nomi's trying to wiggle his head into here. He's like claws scrabbling at the floor. He sort of like starts to push his body up against the wall.
It's like a cat trying to shove their head into a tiny box.
Yeah.
Nomi, stop that. She needs to be able to get out of there, and she can't if you're stuck.
Nomi yanks his head back, looks up at you, looks down at the hole, and then just like lays his head so he's got an eye peering in.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I'm going to look around in here and see if I can
Right.
find the best.
Security cabinets.
Oh no.
Become even smaller and teleport into those.
Oh, that's I can't do any of that today. And like, and the fact that I can't like use my teleports because I think no, it's a different day. Yeah, I'm just gonna yank on each of the doors to see if any of them open.
All right. High or low?
I'll say low.
First one. Second one.
Mm-hmm.
Third one.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
Mm-hmm.
that's below half. 51 would be the above.
Yeah.
Okay. One of them does
last
open.
door might rattle open. Hey, rattle
Yeah.
it open. What's inside?
You're gonna see some security vests.
I'm gonna grab them all up and walk out with them. Is there anything else that's low hanging fruit I can grab in here?
Yeah.
Out and
Looks like there is one of those tiny mugs again. Just like sitting on one of the consoles in here.
Yeah, I grab that. So I have a matching set.
You see a picture of what looks like to be a brownie, a Trixie, and two children that are a mix of them. Like just posing, squeezing to frame together.
Oh, okay. I grabbed that. That's cute.
And I think in here you'd also, yeah. There's also what looks like to be a really strange hat just hanging on the back of. Oh, there is a chair in here. Do you want to steal a chair?
Oh yeah, that's going in the back of holding.
It's on wheels.
It's haunted. It's going in the back of holding though.
Yeah.
And it also spins.
There's also a hat resting on a chair, but it's like no hat you've ever seen. It's got this weird bit that juts out of it. It's like sectioned into 4 bits of fabric. One of the fabric pieces is lighter than the others and has words on it that you don't understand.
Weird. I'm gonna take that. Okay, I'm gonna haul my loot out. There are 3 more containers in there, but I cannot open them, and I do not have the supplies.
Can I try something?
Sure.
Hey, Nami, can I get you to move for a second?
Nomi squints at you.
Please, I need to see.
Nomi moves back from the door.
Cassian's going to lie down as hard as he can, look in, reach up and knock on the wall or door above me, and I'm casting knock on one of the doors I can see.
It's not a touch spell.
It's 60 foot.
60 foot? Oh, then yes.
Choose an object you can see within range.
Yeah. In that case, yeah. Cabinet 1, 2, or 3.
Let's split the difference. Go 2.
Okay. Cabinet 2 will open up. Yeah, Nim, one of the cabinets opens.
I will go gather the things
that
inside.
Cabinet will. Nim. There are Nim scaled laser pistols.
Okay, I will grab the Nim scaled lizard pistols and bring them out. Look, little pistols.
Yeah. Same as also there are boxes of the cartridges that go in them.
All right, I will grab those as well and go. This will be good money for us to sell sometime.
Do we want to try again? I have a little bit more energy.
Oh, you want to open another door?
Hey, if you want me to.
Okay.
I mean, I did kind of steal the spell from Altori.
Nim is basically bringing everything outside and then stacking it up outside, and she'll even take the wheelie chair out of the bag of holding when she comes out and just be like, "This is all the stuff."
Do we want to see if there's maybe a door we need to clear before we do that? Just in case.
We can always come back down for other doors. Just let's open what we can see. Do it, Cassian.
Knock, knock.
All right. 1 or 3.
1.
Nim scale laser rifles.
I'll bring those out. You know, I have a grapple hook and a rope. Do you think you could just like yank?
Yeah,
I
I can try.
Could. I even could.
All right. You're gonna like
Yeah,
try
hook my grapple hook on this
hook
on
that
this
into the
on the locker.
wall. Yeah. All right.
Yeah, and then
Need the rope out. Who are you handing it to?
I don't care.
How long is this rope?
50
I
foot.
have a 50-foot rope.
Don't think
Oh
about
my
it.
god, it's 50 foot of string.
Of string. I got 50 foot of string here.
I'm holding onto a bit, planting my hooves on the wall.
I'm actually
passing
gonna
it along.
I'm gonna double loop it because I realize it's a really thin rope,
Yeah.
probably. So
Yeah.
I'm gonna double loop this a bit and then bring it back out. Because I'm
I'm
expecting my
going to
rope's gonna
shift
snap.
the DC I have in mind slightly because of that.
Yeah,
Okay.
I think it might snap, so I'm
Right,
worried about it.
Taryc, you need
What?
to roll above 15, but below
Okay.
25.
Okay. Am I doing a strength check or an
Yep,
athletics check?
athletics.
Athletics. Okay, so an over a 15, but under a what?
25.
Do you want me to?
It
do
was going to be
and then
20
take-
until Nim had mentioned doubling up the rope.
I have to roll below a 17.
well,
to
I
not
have an
break it.
athletics of 0,
That
so it
means
would be
you
a raw
require
die roll.
15.
Well,
Yeah,
if we
and
do
then
if
we
we do
have,
this, I have more
advantage.
rope. I could redo it, so we can still
Advantage
retry.
would not be good in this case.
Yeah,
Yeah. Yeah, having advantage would not be. Having disadvantage actually would be
I don't
good.
care. Just one of you try.
I mean, I need a 7 to a 16.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's good odds.
Go for it.
Okay.
Yank. The worst case scenario, you break my rope.
Okay.
You-
The rope snaps.
My rope.
I literally rolled the minimum, the max.
On the
what I
bright side,
needed.
I don't think that was more than a foot of rope, so I'm gonna go retie
Yeah, you
the
wanna
rope.
retie it?
And then into another section, lead it back out.
Try
Okay.
again.
Try again. Not so hard this time.
Hey!
Yeah.
All right. The door, it's alarming Nim as the door comes off its hinges.
Almost hits me on the
yeah,
way out.
There's a loud, not loud, but loud to Nim clattering from within that hole as the door is yanked free.
All we hear is tip, 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 tip.
Also, hold on to that door. It's probably worth something. It's good metal, right?
I don't think whoever
there
built this place was
are-
expecting.
I'll take it and play with my other piece
There is
of
a
metal.
Nim-sized communicators, a Nim-sized change of clothing.
Oh.
Yeah, basically
Take it all.
the exact same things that you found in the big locker room, you find again.
I will take all these things out and pile it up outside. Okay, we have a haul. More things for the treasure pile. Thank you, Iala.
No problem.
Good girl,
Hopefully,
Iala.
hopefully that gives you a little bit more defense than just normal. Just the
This my hide.
yeah. If you
Ah.
don't want,
Keep that
you
up,
were
Iala,
such a.
and I'll buy you a magic rock.
Ooh, magic
She
rock.
thinks. That depends. How magic is this rock? No, wait, no, stop
Does
that.
it
Just stop trying
depend
to. Stop trying to bribe me or control me. Just tell me what you want.
I'm not bribing you, Iala. I'm rewarding you.
Right.
Magic cookies.
Okay, what is it? What is it you want?
I don't want anything. I'm saying you did a good job helping Nim.
All right, let's pack all this stuff up and go. We
Yalia
should
just kind of
consider.
squints at him.
Noah, do you want to pack some of this up? I would like to take the clothes and maybe one of the vests and this cup, and this pitcher I found. The rest of this we could probably sell when we get someplace. So Noah, if you want to keep it with the other loot.
The rest of this, I am afraid that us larger folk are going to lose track of. Because
That's why we put it in the big hole.
You'll get lost amongst the other stuff.
Put it in your bag, Nim.
My bag has space, and I want to. Oh, fine. I had plans. I wanted to get. I wanted to get a big sea anchor and put it in my bag of holding, and then drop it out of my bag sometime on somebody.
What the fuck,
I
Nim?
mean, if we want to, we could just pick up a little pouch to keep those things in the large
I don't
hole.
think she's going to do the anchor thing immediately. So keep hold of that
No,
stuff for now. Then move it
I just need
into you know where.
I was thinking like I could get like an old cart and then just like start bringing big rocks into my sanctum and pile the rocks into the cart. And then someday, if we get really in a bad position, I could fly up really high with Nomi and go in my ring and then pop out with the cart and drop it on somebody.
Now you're thinking like a wizard. Good. Okay.
That seems very complex.
Oh, it's so complex and incredibly dangerous. It's brilliant.
Coming around the corner, Brightblade and her daughter, followed by the rest of Kira's party, she sort of like raises a hand in greeting to you all and goes, we've checked as far as we can. We found some more sealed doors, but I have not been able to open them. So I think perhaps today's search will be done. We do need rest.
This is good.
We had a lot of revelations today.
Where are the others?
Fulfilling their destiny.
They are staying behind to protect what is left here. What we faced the other just yesterday.
She actually scowls when you say that, and just pauses for a second as if thinking, goes, "That's what they came to do."
Yes.
It seems so. We didn't even know that at the time.
She
I
looks
apologize for the deception.
displeased, but just shakes her head and goes, "That is what they are here to do, and that is what they are here to do." Do they require any assistance, aid, or
They request if we could, whatever good things that we find here, keep it quiet. We don't need a reason for people to want to come down here.
It's true.
It is dangerous.
People are still going to be curious. I think perhaps we clear out what we found and we do at least a couple of accompanied guidances down here, just so that people see that there's nothing of value.
It
Yeah.
sounds like a good plan.
Some directed tours.
She nods.
It makes sense. We did see signs of succubus has been through here.
A succubi.
Yes.
Hopefully she didn't do anything untowards, but we cannot be too sure.
What is a succubi doing wandering around?
Within the last day or so, too.
Worrisome. I'll see if we can't get some wards set up here.
I don't know if she can hurt anything, but yeah.
Do we want to leave it to chance?
I don't
No.
know.
I think also perhaps the town's turned a blind eye to it for a long time, but with the deals with devilry going on, I think it might be high time that we try and do something about that blasted tavern.
No,
No?
it is a seal.
Yes.
We need to. We need to see if it still has the same management. So
If it's even still there.
Yeah, there is that. Michael might have moved.
And I don't know what is intended by the greater powers, but seal or no seal, can't just let devils run rampant in this city.
That is my thoughts exactly. They have had a bit too much power here, I think.
Mm.
Well, that's also dependent on the one who controls that territory. What was his name? Morris?
Morris,
She's going to hold up a hand and goes, "I'm charging you all with a quest. In due time, please ascertain the risk that place poses and deal with it accordingly. Okay.
All
I
right.
will trust your judgment on this.
We
Is
haven't
that-
been paid for the dragon.
She opens up her coin purse, fishes out 7 gold coins.
I will.
Or
the-
dealing with the giant issue.
Nice.
I'm
Okay.
I'm gonna fish out the job. Marks that we have.
Listen,
I'm still holding on to those.
She puts her gold coins back and goes, okay, listen, now that the war is done, yeah, come by the guild and we'll see you get paid out.
mhm.
And you were
Listen,
promised a substantial reward in general, so it's high time you see it.
I'll be honest, I'm just like bringing up the dragon thing because it amuses me that it was 7 gold for what we went through.
She,
It is very
almost
funny.
actually a
It is
dragon.
very, very
There's
funny.
a small upturn of her lips, and she sort of shrugs her shoulders and goes, it happens sometimes.
It
I
is
mean-
very funny. It would be like if I was told to rescue a dog and had to fight demons or something.
You know, I once
Technically, we
had
dealt with
to,
2 dragons.
early in my career, was took up a quest to investigate spooky sounds coming from a old cellar. We ended up finding a minor fissure to hell, and
Oh no.
What?
Was that like 5 silver right there?
5 silver for nearly dying to a battle. So, yes,
Yes,
Oh,
it is funny.
That sounds like us going looking and investigating strange sounds in an abandoned building and finding vampiric spiders.
indeed.
I will say there were agents working at that tavern and even Morris that give very confusing feelings because if we had not dealt with the people in that area that you are wishing to snuff out, we would not have known about the gnolls coming.
Which is why I'm going to leave this to your judgment. Just we can't have succubi running around.
That is agreed. Maybe if somebody was nicer to her.
Me?
To get Noah.
I've not met.
No, you just drop it. It's fine. I'll take care of it somehow.
Are you gonna apologize to her?
I did apologize, but I don't know if it was enough.
I think you might need to do it a little bit more. Succubi really like the groveling.
Yeah, you're having this conversation as you're walking through the corridors.
Yeah.
How do you have that knowledge, Dim?
I mean, I would like the groveling. And I think I'm like a few steps away.
She was reading 50 Shades of Hellfire, and
Mhm.
We need to stop letting her and Clara get together.
Succubi are Tamari angels that will go too far, right?
well, most of them, yes.
Yeah.
Wilhelm actually pipes up.
Way too much
You'll get
sense.
the occasional mortals that ascend into a position down there, but
Ah, man, could you imagine to ascend your sins so much at the sex that you become succubi?
oh, it's succubi is less about sexual obsession and more obsession.
Oh.
Hmm.
Extreme gratification.
Beyond all else.
Hmm.
And not all of them about sex, you know.
Really?
Oh, yes,
None
some
of
of them like just extreme sensations, be it pain, pleasure.
Greed?
Oh, yes. Greed, gluttony. There's some that even just specialize in extreme violence. They're scary things. They almost represent more excess and perfection of a thing than pleasure.
That's interesting.
But honest, pleasure's the more common one, so.
Mm-hmm. Well, you know.
Hopefully, they're
Be a shame if they were obsessed with somebody.
mm, I can we just move on? I'll
think that might be part of the problem.
Yes, let's talk about something else other than no more fucking a succubus and dooming us all to its pursuits.
Yeah.
Don't say it!
Glance at the guild leader.
I'm at the party! All these other people!
Listen, I'm just jealous, okay?
Bradley just gives you a look now and just goes, I've been an adventurer for a long time. Do you know how many bad decisions I've made and my party members have made?
I'm going to guess many by that question.
She just nods and she actually moves over close to you now and gives you like a comforting pat on your shoulder and goes, it happens. Even when you're experienced and wise, it happens.
Oh,
Can't say I've ever fallen for a succubus, but you know.
thanks! Noah just storms off, rumbling.
Ah, they gave you gratitude. I said the right place.
Oh yes, because my advice and comforting is so grand, I'm sure. All right, you're all able to make your way out of the facility. That warlock waiting at the top of the stairs as you move up into the temple. Just giving you all a look as you emerge.
Island up.
Iala is giving her a little bit of a wide berth, kind of looking at her suspiciously, unsure what to make of her.
Did you fail any more from the divine?
There were no more than there to take care of, so
But you
No.
carry new secrets.
We do?
You do.
that is for us to keep and you to not ask about.
I did not ask.
I hope you're having a lovely day.
There is no day. There is no night.
I hope you exist well.
Okay.
I would like
come
to
on,
make an
Lindolf.
insight check on this because I don't remember this conversation at all.
You can make an insight check as Kieran is actually just literally picking up Lindop underarm. Creepy warlock shit, yo.
All creepy.
Okay. I need to see my girlfriend. I need to see my patron. And I think we could all use with I don't know, a good meal and a nap. I don't know.
Yes, I am quite
shit,
ravenous.
Larkin.
Oh, Matori just gives you a sort of sympathetic look, Nim.
Yeah, we're supposed to have dinner last night and talk about everything and Cassian?
Huh?
Huh?
What?
I thought you were saying something. I'm sorry.
Oh, I was just going to say I watched Kieran take his little warlock out and just kind of look back at the group. That's what happens when a mage spends too much time with their books.
As Kieran reaches the top of the stairs, Lindop underarm, he sort of turns to look at all of you and goes, I enjoyed partying with you today, my friends. I need to go talk to my father about things. I hope you understand my departure.
Understood.
You have a good
Yep.
You have a good night, Kieran, and we will see you sooner or later.
See
I
you,
look
neighbor.
forward to it, friends. And he slaps his fist to his chest, that metal funk, bows his head, and then carries the warlock off. The other members of his party just giving you little waves as they follow along.
At least our pocket warlock is easier to carry.
What?
And
Hey.
she actually socializes.
No, they socialize. It's just their patron. Whoa.
Brightblade actually pipes up with, that's one of the risks with making pacts with things from beyond.
Turn babe on. Do you think?
Oh, who? Do you know who they made a pact with?
She shakes her head and goes, Lindop, in her more lucid states, refers to it as an old one, some sort of outer god, but I
That's
have very
probably
little
like
knowledge of it.
or something like that.
Hmm. Something like
All I
that.
have
They-
to say, out of character, all I have to say about that is Vatagan.
You know,
Mm.
all warlocks. We all know each other's patrons. You know, it's common. And it makes a dismissing gesture. Of course, it's very very reliable source. There's this kind of kooky.
Frankly, Nim, yours is one of the more personable patrons I've had the pleasure of encountering.
I was making a big joke. I mean, I don't know anybody's other patrons.
Ah.
But no, my patron, she is very easy to understand. She is personable, wonderful, powerful, great.
You are owed a substantial amount of gold. Do you want to come acquire it yourselves, or do you want to hand me your writs and I'll have it sent to your manor?
I'm fine with doing writs.
Yeah.
Pull them out.
Also, I feel like we're going to have a big crowd of people when we step outside, and they're. I don't
we
have
need-
this problem ridiculously as much as everybody else, but I have seen some friends get their hands lighted of gold and money that they would like to keep.
Also, we need to stay together because we have a very angry ranger after us.
That's right. I can't go after.
Melinda did report that a guard saw him leaving town, so whether that's a ruse
Oh, yeah,
or
he's-
not.
He probably did leave town. He's probably just waiting out in a tree for us.
Sorry, I'm just picturing the man sitting atop a
Just
tree
sitting
trying
in
to
a single tree.
draw aim with a bow and arrow through all of the city streets. It's amusing. Not sorry, I imagine he is quite a problem for you, but
He nearly killed us once.
I don't think you understand the gravity by which I am worried about this man. Does it not worry you at all? I guess you haven't thought about this. Uh, those posters, the wanted posters, right? We've
what
only
about
been
them?
here. We've only been here about 2 weeks, maybe, from when we left the other place.
I'd assumed that they were being made because of Galen or something like that.
Galen does not have a printer.
Hmm.
Galen does not have much of anything. There were like 4 families there. There's
The-
like nobody. And
Then
it is so far away from anywhere else. This would be the next closest place. How did he have all of that and approval from the capital? Think of that bright blade.
potentially word from Galen, send magical message containing your images to the capital.
And then bring those things all the way back so fast?
She sort of leans her head to the side and goes, not an impossible act, but difficult, unlikely,
And also with
of great
your
expenditure.
and your teleport circle was broken?
Man's a ranger. I do not know what magical items he carries.
How long ago did you receive those posters?
Not long before I showed you, a few days at most.
I still worry about it.
Out of character, how long after we arrived did she show us those?
Out of character, I probably couldn't tell you off the top of my head.
Oh, it was only when we.
It was after
like,
the battle was
we
over, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it was weeks before those things showed up.
Yeah.
Or
It was still
before
weeks,
they
Yeah,
were
but-
introduced
Yeah,
to them.
but which is why she's saying it's not impossible. It's just still a really tight time frame and would require big magical expenditures to do it. You're right to be cautious, but I can't. She sort of pauses, hesitates. It's risky. Me starting to engage with those kind of suspicions. Politics.
Then Yeah, it's politics. We are free to engage because. Ooh, I
Certainly,
don't want that
and
man.
I will give you whatever aid and word you need. Just there's little I can do about those suspicions.
I would have far less of a problem with him if he would allow me to throw a fireball at him.
All right, that is not helpful. That is.
That's
I
for me. That's
was.
evening everything. He
I
threw a
am.
fireball at us.
I am just mad at the man for not helping the people in Galen, and
Yeah.
he didn't even like check in with them before he suddenly attacked us. He was just lying in ambush for us to show back up at our base. He didn't even tell the people in town that he was there. He didn't check in. He just attacked us out of nowhere.
Well, Brightblade just says as if like, that's a thing.
Do
I will have coin brought to you. Is there anything else you need of me?
No, I think that's
I
it.
believe so.
Thank you.
So have you made
Thank you.
plans?
Oh, I do have
We
one thing. I need to get property turned over to the giantess North Star.
The-
I have
She
deed
plans
for
to live in
it.
town?
No, it is farmhouse I own. I bought from
Oh.
man outside, and I bought his farmland, and I want to give it to North Star because when we go to the capital and I am arrested and then put to death, I would like it to go to North Star.
Getting ahead of yourself there.
Okay, ignoring
I
a substantial chunk of that. Certainly, if you talk to Mayor, she pauses. Mayor Rogerly. Actually, you know what? I'm supposed to be seeing him today. Do you want me to tell him to
Yeah,
stop by?
yeah, yes, or I can just give you the paper. I don't care.
That's
Sorry, Alia, you were
not.
saying something.
You do not hand someone else your deed. Don't do that.
That's a
But-
bad idea.
But you're a good person.
You hand someone the deed, it's now their deed.
I might be a good
Oh.
person, but frankly, his mentorship early on, and she looks at Maltori, taught me the wise wisdoms of caution.
Are you a daughter of Maltori?
What? No, he's not my father. He was he was a mentor, one of many I've had, in fact.
Ah, you're lucky. Anyway, sorry, Alia, you were saying something?
I was just saying that we were going to talk about that tonight now that we have down there all cleaned up for now. And then we are going to see what next has in store for us. The capital is likely, but we still need to have a good sit down discussion about it.
Well, good luck to you on that.
Thank you.
And
We will talk to you later then.
she nods and gives you a polite bow. Her daughter just grins a little bit and follows off. Right, I'm gonna go home and get some food.
That's a good idea. I want food too.
You, shall I ask Awa to come by, Nim?
Yes, tell her we are returning the ring to Yalia.
No, I'm not telling her that, but the Aria can tell her that. And he's going to go send a message, and you do see him like wince a little bit, and he comes back and just goes, well, she's going to be on her way, and she said we better be there this time.
All right.
Hopefully we don't run into any trouble on the way back, right?
Like, what could happen? Ah ha ha ha.
You'll start to head home, and that's where.
Oh no!
No. No,
Wilhelm
It
drops
falls, we
dead
all
in the
die.
street.
you're able to get home just fine.
Yeah.
And at this point, I'm gonna do a little bit of fast forwarding, because I am on a timetable to get us ready for an introduction of another character soon.
Okay.
Yeah. But yeah, Arwa does turn up, and yeah, she's grumpy. She's not angry, but she is like, "Come on, not gore.
I'm sorry because like we tried, but yeah.
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 And that's why she's not angry. She understands his reasoning, but still.
Yep. Okay.
You notice she she ribs Maltori more than she does you about it, as if there is a little pleasure to be found in tormenting the old man.
Yeah.
And later on, Roger Lee does stop on by,
Right.
and you can get the deed signed over. He looks a little surprised at the idea of a giant living nearby, but he's not put off by the idea. Just be interesting to make this work.
And then we bring back to Iala.
Iadia. Awa is talking with Nim, and you wanna ask her for the ring.
Well, I was. You've been borrowing the ring that allows you to speak with Nim. Yes.
Yes, it's been so useful. I mean, well, there's things you can do with our size difference. Being able to actually cuddle and be together properly, it's been wonderful. So thank you, Iadia.
Do you think it's very useful to you? Then it helps you out a lot. She's kind of like her hands are grinding behind her back.
Yeah, would like to have her ring back.
No, if it's useful to her and
we can get our
your
own.
relationship.
It's all right.
Nim has been through a lot, and she could use a little bit of support. Starting to shake a little bit. So you can take it for now. Just she starts backing away.
Are you
It's okay. Yes, I'm fine. I'm fine.
Why don't we give her back her ring?
No, it's fine. You can have it. Take it before I take it from you. And she just runs out of the room.
Okay, I'll watch her run out of the room, and she then looks at you and goes, "What was that about?"
She has the dragon fever for magic items, and she has been requesting multiple items in exchange for that ring, and has been quite upset about it. And she kind of got told off about her greedy dragony wanting things, and Maltori said that she wasn't going to get any more magic items unless she started being good. So I think she's trying to be good by giving you the ring, and I think that she should just have the ring back because there's like a curse on it anyway, and I don't want you to get stuck.
Frankly, I want the ring. I'll be frank. But
there's a light,
not fair
very
of Maltori
quiet
to not give her something in return. I should give her something in return. So excuse me for a second, sweetie.
No, I should give her something too. I'm going to. No.
Listen, while I don't think she should lose out, gaining, I understand that part. Maybe not. So let me.
I have something you can give her.
Hi, Cassian.
I have.
I'm going to pull out the little badge. She wanted this. She wanted this bad.
I was gonna sit down and goes. You understand what Maltori is trying to do, right? Even though he's bullheaded.
Yes. Yes, I do.
We're not giving in to the greatest desires, but we're going to be fair.
Yes.
So, excuse me.
It is a very unique item.
And she's going to stand up and chase off after Ialia. And
there is light muffled screaming as if someone's yelling into a pillow coming from upstairs.
I want my ring, but I want other items too.
There's a couple of knocks on your door
awful.
before it's just opened up, and Awa just strides on in.
She's sitting on the bed. Her hair is a bit muffed up, but yes.
Is it a bad compulsion?
No, not at all. She keeps her hands in her lap.
Into a pillow.
That is normal. Well, don't worry about it.
Well, my father is correct, and maybe you should be trying to control our impulses a bit. It doesn't mean that he says you don't get anything in return. It's hard. Maybe you learn to give away, but for now you learn to trade. Yes.
Yes.
So,
I-
she's going to take off one of the sort of bracelets she wears, and she holds one up to you. We are going to swap. You gave me a ring, and I give you a bracelet. Magical.
what is this bracelet then? She puts out a hand for it.
You will not use this on them. You understand? That is my one requirement here.
What does it do?
It allows you to eavesdrop.
Oh, I don't want to hear what Nim is doing, so I'm perfectly fine with that arrangement.
Hmm. You mutter the words, let's listen. You focus on a point far away. You will hear as if you were standing there.
Oh. She
And more
takes
importantly for
the
you, I think, it's magical.
bracelet slowly, so because she's still a little bit uh compulsed, but
Fair swap?
thank you, Iala. This will do nicely. Thank you. She just kind of it looks like she's a little bit relieved now. There's less tension in her shoulders. Thank you, Iala. This will be very nice.
And you need nothing else in return, no other items.
Correct.
Correct.
That took a little bit of force for her, but
Now, if I ever
she
find out
agrees.
that these drops on Nim in any capacity, they will never find your body, okay?
I'd like to see you try, but yes, I'll agree to this.
She smiles and just pats your forearm a couple times before she stands up and heads on out. Reappearing to Nim and Cassian, she just goes, right, problem solved, mostly.
Okay. Hopefully you didn't lose anything too valuable. It was a cursed item.
Cursed item for cursed item, it's fine.
Nah, I really enjoyed the fact that you are cursing yourself for me.
Yeah, she smiles and just goes, listen, curses have been broken, and if I do get cursed, maybe I don't break it for time, you know?
Well, yeah, we should go have a lunch at the Brownie Town. That'd be fun.
Maybe we should go have a dinner now. Maybe
Yes, we should.
go home to mine. Cassie, you get to watch as like they become really close to each other. Right.
It gets awkward.
Fast forwarding more. You are able to
Yep.
meet Larkin again, if you so please.
Yep.
Which
What'd they do?
he thinks initially that he did something to annoy you. But you're able to explain that things happened. And he understands. You can tell he's disappointed, but he understands. And
Do you
essentially,
still want to do dinner sometime, or what is up?
you're we're friends, right?
Is that the word? Yeah.
Well, it's just I know you're with the drow lady.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to come off as like creepy or a pest or.
I don't understand how you would be. I'm the one that did the wrong thing. I'm just happy you still want to see me after everything, because I pushed on you when that wasn't what you wanted, and
It's just
I'm so sorry that I made you uncomfortable, and that I
no
hurt my feelings at you. I can't help being infatuated with you, though. But I will do better. I will. If I'm making you uncomfortable.
No. You're not making me uncomfortable at all. I just cultural differences, right? Was surprised. But no, I'm not uncomfortable. I don't want to be a bother. I didn't know if it was like I'm not interested in you and I'm being polite, or
I thought that was what you were doing, and you were
no.
just
I
being
think
kind.
you're
No one told me that I misread and that I pushed
right, and this is
something
the
that we
awkward
weren't.
conversation that they're gonna have for the next like a
Yeah.
half hour. Yeah, you get into something that's like, no, we're cool, right?
Yeah. We're good. We're
yeah.
good. Yeah.
Right. There are a few more delves into the facility. Not much is found. Most of the sealed doors turn out to only open up if actually forced to caved-in passageways and rubble. Not all of the facility has remained intact. Whether there's access from other entrances out in the world beyond, in the forest or such, you'd have to find out separately. But as far as you can tell, the facility is essentially empty and secure. Wards are put in place to make sure that no succubi are able to wander on in.
Or wander out if they're in.
Yeah, there's also that.
Thing.
But they're pretty sure that she's not in there. And it was going to have a permanent guard rotation anyway. And the time starts to go by. You are paid, by the way. Gold is dropped off. Not just the gold for your jobs, but the gold for you saved the town. Good job.
Money.
Each of you will get 6,000 gold pieces.
Ooh.
Wow.
Can we trade that up?
And it's platinum. Yeah, in fact, most of it would be delivered as platinum. But that's
So
the value you
600
have.
flat.
In fact, if you want to just note it down as a mix of platinum, gold, and gems or whatever, in whatever amounts you please, you are welcome to do so. So yeah, that would be 600 plat or 6,000 gold or whatever mix.
That's a lot of money.
It's a lot of money.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm still unencumbered with all of it.
You're also able, if you so please, to attend a few of the public orations that Wilhelm performs. You can see him. A lot of the tales he tells are very fluffy and not particularly specific. A few like morality tales or just things of dazzle and wonder. But you notice those tend to be early in the day. As it gets later and there are less kids in the audience, they tend to turn more towards just history. Still embellished, quite clearly embellished. Still made a little fantastical, but telling stories about the world before. Most people come away from those shows like talking excited about it, but it's in that sense of like, that was a good story, right? It wasn't real, obviously, it wasn't real. And it's after one of those shows that Wilhelm's just like sitting on the stage that's been made up, watching the crowd sort of wandering away, talking to like a couple of people that have come by to asking questions, even signing something that somebody holds out. They look confused as to why he's just done this, but they wander away holding it. You hear him. You hear this person walking away, going, "I just wanted to ask him if he thought my notes were good, but he signed. He wrote his name on the paper. Why did he?" And they walk past your group. And
Such a rock star.
And he perks up a little bit as he sees you all and beckons you over. And he goes, "Good show tonight. Yes."
Oh, it's great shows.
Oh,
Yeah, I thought it came out nicely.
Marvelous. And Alec, you guys will earn some generic knowledge from like attending the shows. It'll be certain bonuses, and I'll let you just know some things. But for now, you guys, marvelous. I think they're going well. I've got a whole bunch more I've got planned. It feels like there's too much to tell sometimes. Could do this
I
for
wish we
years.
could give you bigger crowds, you know?
Well, the nice thing with smaller crowds is you can see all of the faces.
They're always so excited to come see you.
I used to talk in auditoriums of thousands, but this is more personal. I miss
That
this.
guy selling the meat sticks at the edge of the crowd has been doing really well because of
I'm
you.
very glad to hear that. I always have to make the right show so the hawkers can do their business, and I haven't done anything like this in such a long time.
It is really wonderful.
Yes.
You are a fine orator.
Thank you, thank you. Well, I'm going to walk me home.
Yes, we're going to walk you home.
He hops down from the stage and actually like crooks both of his arms and like, come on, someone walk with me.
Is Maltori
No.
with us?
Maltori is with you, but he does not hook arms with Wilhelm. He's just sort of plotting against
He's too
usual.
grown
No.
up for this.
Noah will do so.
Noah does so, and he'll look to Iala and go, come on, young lady at each hip, please.
Iala does a small curtsy and takes his other arm.
And he walks along merrily, and
What
he
a
just
lovely sight.
he chatters away, and then he falters. You feel him stumble a little bit. His weight increasing in your arms, and
Huh?
then he goes, "Oh," and falls limp entirely.
I knew you were going to do that.
Wilhelm?
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 Set him down. Set him down.
Iala places him gently on the ground.
Right. You place him gently on the ground, and you see that light in his eyes flickering, starting to dim, as he sort of looks around, and he reaches a sort of hand up, almost blindly.
Iala grabs it. I thought you said you had a few months left.
I thought so. I thought so too. Maybe this is just a passing spell.
It's okay, we're here. We're not leaving you.
I don't think this is passing.
Are you okay? Are you feeling? Is there something we can do to make you more comfortable?
No, it doesn't hurt. It's just my body is starting to feel distant.
Iala is just takes his hand and just starts kind of stroking it. Then we'll be here until just you won't leave alone.
Thank you. And not just for this. Thank you for making the last days magical and exciting, even terrifying, but intoxicatingly so.
I wish we had more time to spend with you.
I got so many more stories to tell, but maybe what I've said is enough.
Thank you, Wilhelm. I hope you see your friends.
I hope I see them too. And with that, you see the eyes flicker one last time, and the light vanishes from that skull. His arm going limp in Iala's grasp. No last gasp, just sudden stillness. And
Iala puts his hand down on his ribs.
you can set his hands in a dignified position on his body.
Yeah.
And as Maltori sort of hangs his head a bit, you suddenly hear, oh.
What?
What?
And you glance up towards the sound. And it's when you realize the city streets are gone. The area around you now is sort of almost glimmering mist. And you see a human standing there. Slightly tanned skin, curly, sort of like wavy hair that's just like in this mess of a bob on his head. A man in fine clothing, much like that skeleton was just wearing. And he turns to face you, and somehow that jawline, the general shape of him, you know you're looking at Wilhelm. Wilhelm.
Nim's wiping away at her tears.
Wilhelm, when I said you wouldn't go alone, I didn't say you'd bring us with you. She looks around a little bit nervously.
And as you're looking at Wilhelm, who, by the way, isn't conventionally attractive or anything. Like, he's got a sort of overly large nose. It's a little offset. Like his chin's got a bit of that sort of double bulbous thing going on. But just the way he stands and smiles gives it unconventional attractiveness, charming. And he goes, I is this? Am I? And you see a shadow appearing behind him. Dark
Look out!
wings appearing, and as Nim cries, "Look out!" they unfold to show an armored figure standing there. A almost harsh face. It would be. Its features: a sharp jaw, eyes that look like they can peer into your very soul. But it wears such a comforting, warm smile that as this armored figure lays a hand on his shoulder, you see Wilhelm freeze up a bit, and that figure just says, "You are dead, my friend."
Oh no, he
Lufa?
died.
And Wilhelm turns to the figure, and the figure just nods, and you see Wilhelm embrace him, just hugging on tightly to him. This figure, the wings clearly suggesting an angel, like wrapping an arm back around him, giving him a few comforting pats on the back, and they sort of look over to the group of you and goes, "You're safe. You'll be attended to in a moment, but I must see my friend back into the company of those he loves."
That's actually wonderful. Congrats, Wilhelm. You're
Uh,
being escorted by one of your friends.
Wilhelm
Iala stands up.
almost looks like he's tearing up, and just looks up at Luther and goes, I couldn't expect a better reception." Luther, Luther smiles and just says, "Oh, well, then you're less imaginative than I remember. A better reception you're indeed going to have." And as Luther sort of turns and starts to walk with Wilhelm away from you, you see that mist start to fold back, and you see many, many figures. Clearly, angels amongst them, and more winged beings, many of them bowing quite deeply to Wilhelm. You see a mix of figures, some of them actually still skeletons, other kind of undead, mummified, strange rock man, and some living, but wearing very similar clothing as if they came from the same culture. You are seeing, based on especially those more well-read of you, depictions of ancient Fomerians, their clothes, their manner. And beyond that, you see figures that, while you might not recognize, somehow imprint instantly on your mind who they are. Imor, Ilin, Mairi, Tiran, Evos, and continuing on, you witness gods waiting to receive Wilhelm. No religious scripture mentions anything like this. People are escorted to the heavenly gates by an angel, a reaper, singular. This gathering here is unusual, to say the least.
Great
And
gods. Noah is just watching that, and their hand kind of absentmindedly comes up and starts playing with the Morris rose on their collar. Eh,
Nim has hit the floor and has bowed her head. She cannot look.
And while Wilhelm talked of knowing grand figures and gods in his lifetime, you realize just how true that is as he's escorted, and in turn, they come up to him, he is embraced, or hand shook, or just greeted so warmly by his divine beings. And as that procession of him meeting all of these people seems to come to an end, you see a glimmering doorway starting to appear, a silver line in solid mist, which he stands before, and you see stepping out of it a figure, another skeleton, just much like many of the others standing there, wearing some ornate jewelry, this grand necklace around their neck, seems almost feminine, and you see them reach out their hands to Wilhelm, and he takes them, and they step back through the door together. And Wilhelm is gone.
Noah smiles gently at the scene, but slowly turns to the others, eyes beginning to twist into a look of concern.
Now what do
As you look,
with quite celebrity and
Noah looks back at what can only be described as the god figures.
as you look back their way, you see some of the angels starting to disperse, a flap of their wings, and they're gone. Those Pthumerian figures, just a little sort of talking, greeting amongst each other. Some of them even wander up to a couple of god figures, and strangely, you see the ones that they wander up to, like, part of your heart goes, oh, fuck, as you recognize the figures of Lucifer and Lorne, the king and queen of hell. You expect them to be imposing. In some way, their visages are, but they smile. They greet angels. They greet other gods with happiness and joy, and have returned it. Not all of the angels approach them. Some seem nervous. Some seem like not to have that familiarity, but there's always respect. Before long, most of those long-gone Pthumerians have returned to where they were. The angels have dispersed, and just that grouping of gods, a few angels still amongst them, remain. You watch them start to interact with each other, and that's when it starts to hurt. Because as you watch what is clearly Hea move away from Mairi and Hevos, her mother and father, she looks like a sort of early 20s woman, clearly drow, long horns, hair that sprays out. But she walks past the figure of Orlan, god of war, ousted from the company of the rest of these gods, but still here all the same, who both their forms shift a bit. His becomes burlier, starts to look far more savage. You can see wounds on it, and so does hers. She stops being a drow. She's this large bestial creature, goat-headed, bladed tentacles splayed out behind her, walking on digitigrade legs, hooved, ponderously pregnant, just this beast, growling at him as she moves past. And then that changes as she moves past other gods. And that's not so bad. But it's when there are multiple gods in a group. You watch Lorne interacting with an angel, interacting with Ilan, and her form seems to be a contradiction. At once she is this large, imposing woman, a hellish crown of horns atop her head. At the same time, she's this smaller, more mundane-looking girl, winged, but clearly out of scale. And then, as she just turns her head to address an angel, she's this small brownie, hopping up on his shoulder, talking to him, giving him a kiss on the cheek. Seems very similar to her, red-headed, freckled, pale. Problem is, she's all of these things at once. She is this large hellish goddess that is face-to-face with everybody, and also this small thing sitting on her shoulder interacting.
Noah's eye twitches as their brain tries to comprehend.
You witness all of the gods in all of their multitudes at once.
I think I'm going to be sick. Oh boy.
Looking away is calming, the safest thing. averting your gazes, you'll actually see a figure emerging from that crowd and walking up to you. And Iala, you recognize him. You saw him in the church. Offered you some comforting words of advice.
Jim?
Hello,
Jim.
Iala. Ah,
Oh, of course you would be in our church, wouldn't you?
why did you say that?
I didn't expect there to be a potter among the gods.
I'm not a god.
You're amongst them, though. Unless you died in the last few hours.
Thankfully not, but I have friends there.
Who's this? Iala?
Jim, apparently.
Jim. And
Jim.
he just sort of reaches his hand out as if to shake.
Noah confusedly reaches out and shakes.
It's short for Jimothy.
They were a passing acquaintance that I met just a few hours ago. They didn't have time to process that they might be an angel that we would meet in front.
He hands up a hand and goes, ex-angel, retired.
You
Wait,
can
that's a
retire?
thing?
Yeah, you can. Most of us don't do it permanently, and they still don't think it is, but, I've had a good few 100 years so far.
Huh.
All right. So you really, you weren't just speaking your mind. You might actually know that is Tiamat here? Is
He
her
nods his
master
head
and-
and just gestures over, and yeah, you can see Tiamat, which Tiamat at once is both this massive multi-headed dragon. Tiamat is 5 girls standing in a group together. Tiamat is, like the others, a multitude of things.
even though it's hurting, Iala kind of just keeps forces herself to keep looking at her. Just kind of at once really like she's unsure what to feel. She's like happy to see someone that she's been growing up kind of talking to, but at once like afraid to approach, and a little tinge of was Jim here telling the truth, and was she listening? A bit of like sadness or wariness.
Jim
Is-
watches your gaze and just sort of like gives your arm a little nudge and goes, "She loves you."
I don't. Are you? She's
I don't
a
speak
little
for
bit
them.
lost for words.
You're not going to hear any propaganda from me like you are going to. I've got no desire to cover for them. I'm here
Right.
for my friends, and he actually looks over to Lorne, and just says, "I'm here for them. I'm here to see off Wilhelm, but I'm retired, so you're going to be in the hands of my protege, okay?"
Protege.
All right.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
But he looks over all of you, and Nim smiles down at you and Nomi, and just goes, I think this is a fine group you've got here. It's about the right makeup.
Thank you. I will try, of course, to see that.
My only bit
That's
of
true.
advice that they're not going to give you. They've got plans for you. They might be good plans, but you might have better. The greatest fucking heroes I ever saw didn't listen to a damn word that they said. They told them what they were going to do, okay?
Well, keep that in mind.
Yeah, we are. We won't be smited down for talking against a god, will we?
I'm not gonna. No, you're not gonna get smited.
Not immediately.
Oh,
And
okay.
he smiles and goes, "Well, good luck." And he's going to start wandering back over. Specifically, he seems to wander back over to Lorne, which Haya seems to have joined him at that point. You now see Haya as this young girl latching on to Lorne, who is this young woman holding her, twirling her. And as Jimothy rejoins the group, you will see that Lorne is now this small figure hopping onto his shoulder, hugging his face. And as you're watching, a little ball of fire appears in front of you. Wings
Hello?
forming
Hello?
around it. And this golden ring set with eyes peering at you. A voice in your head booming, stating, "Be not afraid."
Ow.
Not really afraid. You're actually kind of adorable.
And then the wings expand, curling amongst each other, becoming almost person-sized. And there is a flare of light. The wings unfurl, and then you see this 6-winged child standing in front of you, wearing this white gown, blonde curly hair, piercing blue eyes, and just a small halo of fire above their head. And they go, "Sorry, I'm Rick Beale."
You're still adorable, Rick Beale.
Hello, Rick Beale. Are you Jim's protege?
Yes, my big brother has taught me a lot, and I still find it fun.
That was some light show.
Well,
Is this form
thank you for.
acceptable?
Yes, I think so.
Good. I'm going to be helping you a little bit. We are still restricted, but the gods want you to know things that you shouldn't.
Out of character, real quick. Tori
Is
with us or
Maltori
no?
here with us, or is it just us?
Maltori is with you. Maltori is very
Okay,
silent.
okay.
Now Thori and them are very silent
Mhm.
right now.
The gods want you
Cassian's
to
going
know.
to kneel.
Hello.
Cassian's kneeling to Rick Beale's height, putting out his hand. It's good to meet you, Rick Beale. I'm Cassian. You probably already know that.
He looks at your hand, and then he does this very weird gesture, Cassian. He slaps the front of it, then with the backhand slaps the back of it, and then he does a fist and tries to bump it.
Cassian's going with it. He'll ball up his hand and bump the fist.
And as Rick Bill pulls his hand back, he spreads his fingers, wiggles them, and makes a little noise. And smiles
Cassian's
at you.
following along. Why not?
The rituals of the gods are strange indeed.
Raziel taught me that one.
Well, it's good to meet you. How can we assist?
Well, you are not to assist me. You are to assist them. And he points at the gods. But for now, you are without knowledge that you deserve. The gods admit their error. They apologize.
Well, that's nice. What was the error?
They were keeping secrets from us.
Secrets, plans, and sometimes ill thought. They thought that you, children of misfortune, would be able to bear what is put upon you. They forget sometimes how harsh mortality can be, how confusing and scary. They see all, they plan for many things. Even those that started as mortal sometimes forget. And they are sorrowful for this.
It is mortals.
He just nods.
So you are the one speaking on their behalf, yes?
I am. The gods are going to try to act. They are working together, even those who have fallen from the group wish to do better here. They want to inform you help you. Lay a path that you understand and can choose. This will take some time. They are powerful, but they are restricted by that power. Breaking pacts long ago made is not an easy task.
But what is so important that they come together to the group like us? We only just got here, and I would say, in the grand scheme of things, we are but whelps.
I am to impart vision onto each of you, but I ask permission to do this.
She looks at the others.
I accept.
As
I accept.
I'll I need to know. I accept.
please, then show us your vision.
I accept.
And Rickbeal bows their head and brings their hands together almost as in prayer, and then goes, "Then accept this vision so that you may understand the threat that tries to enter." And you all suddenly enter a vision. It feels like reality, as if you are witnessing it directly, even though you don't feel like you're there. You understand that you're looking on the vision of another realm, a place beyond the Mara nor Wrath, a dimension with no space, no void like yours, no other planets, just an eternity of it. It stretches on in this viscous blood-like liquid. Nerves and flesh are all it is composed of. It doesn't have the concept of agony, but it is what it is in. It stretches on infinitely. Nerve endings, just these wires of flesh, suffering. And there's a glimmer of light, a portal into another world, one that it wishes to understand and consume and make a part of it. You see it reaching, stretching, trying to intrude. And the vision ends.
Ah. What was that?
That is what you face.
If we face an entire other world, just
Another universe.
okay, that is a much larger target than I was thinking.
But fear not. It does not yet understand this place. It only has gateways, breaches. Your job is not to fight it or to defeat it. It is simply to stop its entry.
Hasn't it already entered, or is it?
If you are
Or
able to slip a hair, a finger into a place, the hole still cannot get in.
How bad is its breach already? How much of it has gotten in?
It understands many concepts. It understands air. It understands light. It understands blood. It needs to understand far more for it to truly be here.
If it understands
So
blood, could it understand blood magic?
Rickbeal tilts her head a little and just shrugs their shoulders rather childishly. I guess.
but
It
so this is
is not conscious like you are. It can pretend to be people. You've encountered this. But it does not understand what it says. It does not understand what it does.
I see.
It mimics and mimics in such a way as to seem alive, fully independent. But it does not understand. It must not understand. The reason we have chosen children of misfortune not everything should be bargained with. Not everything should be talked to. You cannot approach this with friendliness, understanding, a hope to reach out. We think your lives make you understand not everything is safe. Not everything is good.
Oh, okay. Yeah. That does not that does not seem very good for this world.
This is less of just stopping it physically from getting in. It's to stop it from learning how to be here, how to exist in this realm.
In a way,
Is
what it
there's
understands,
no
truly understands, it can learn to become. It needs more concepts, more understanding to be able to bring all parts of itself.
So we need to prevent it from getting that far.
Its interaction with people is dangerous.
it felt like it was in a lot of pain, even though it didn't understand that's what it was. How
This is
can
what you would think of as pain. Cannot let that existence melt here. The untold suffering.
so because it she just starts rubbing her head. It wouldn't be suffering because it doesn't know how to suffer, then yes? Is that
Rigby
or
rolls
is
his
it
shoulders again.
I think it is because what is suffering to us might not be suffering to it. It's just existence. It
But
is like
We think it understands the sensation.
like
Mhm.
fish. They do not breathe out of water, right? But that does not mean that they suffer for being underwater like we would.
They do not drown.
They do not drown. So it does not suffer in its condition, but we would suffer in its condition. It is like fish and man.
Yes.
It has it so does it have a desire to come over here, or is it just leaking?
It sees that which it is not for the first time. It has never had that. It is curious. It is wanting.
It
Or
is
something
alone.
similar.
We don't know
There's
anything about it, though. Even knowing that vision, we know nothing about it.
You will have to learn. We can give you guidance. We can show you where. But we are unknowing too.
so we have to learn faster than it can learn
Yes.
of us. Can't and we can't just teach it to be like here and not come over here, then they're not. I guess we wouldn't know that since we don't know what it is capable of, or getting that far would be too dangerous.
We have already lost a god to it.
Who?
That damn.
They nod.
No.
He wanted to teach
Ah.
it. He wanted to uplift it.
And that is why we have a hole growing beneath this city, this town.
It is learning to hunger.
It was a mistake.
Oh. Iala just kind of. She wishes she had a chair to sit in, but she just kind of shifts her weight, trying to once again stay calm under these revelations that keep being piled onto them today and yesterday. To the gods, they if you can swallow a god, what chance do we have?
You go unnoticed. You learn. The gods have difficulty learning. Do you understand?
No, I don't understand that. Sorry.
They are what they are. They are concept and faith and form melded into one.
That is why they
Changeable
are all
like your
looking
religions.
different, right?
Yes.
So they are linked to us as we are
Yes.
linked to them.
Yes.
Huh. So
But they grow slowly. Very slowly.
that is see. And they need someone that changes faster than they to learn about this to find a way to stop it.
But they do have information that you do not, that may help and guide you. Now they cannot give it, but they can in time, and that is what they have agreed on. Time. You will not be pushed, you will not be influenced, you will not be directed without cause. You will have time to do as you please, and they will have time to break the pact.
But which pact? What pact is this?
He tilts his head. The most important one. Not to interfere with mortals. Not to use their power and knowledge and influence on your kind.
Do they need us
Uh-huh.
to help with that?
He just shakes his head.
Noah's a good pact breaker.
Yes.
What?
You deal with and then betray fiends. This is okay.
What? Oh no! It just crawls up where they're standing.
We have but
It's
one
okay, Noah. You
request.
should be proud of it. Cool title.
We have one request of you. You will need to
What?
grow. You will need to learn. You will need to become powerful. Spread for our inexperience. Gain power. Gain knowledge. Not just of it, but of anything. You must be clever. You must be strong.
So it's not because it has it entered anywhere else other than this continent?
Yes.
So the whatever Michael is doing here is Mikey
Pointless.
pointless, yes.
It is not pointless.
If it stops a point of entry, it's still useful, right?
Yes.
I guess.
If you have 5 doors, you have 5 guards. Is one guard's job pointless because there are others?
I apologize for speaking out of turn.
Jumping to conclusions. Sorry.
Uh, however, would I be able to ask to keep Mikey off our backs? And he's been a bit forceful in his dealings with us.
That
Threatening.
happened What happened to Matori's group? Was that part of this?
Rickbill looks over at Maltori briefly, looks to Noah. For your question, we can talk to Michael, but we can promise nothing. For your question, he looked to you, Nim. Yes. Destiny. Seeing Maltori where he needs to be. You see Maltori's grip on his staff tighten.
Yeah, Buster mad.
I
So
feel sorrow for this. And Rickbill actually sort of looks downcast. The gods forget sometimes.
are they
Is he
going
put him
to
in the right?
fucking apologize?
Lysa wishes to speak to him. And Maltori actually looks up at that. What? The Lady Lysa wishes to speak to you. I was to take you there after our conversation, but if it is necessary now,
Do you want Papa?
what more do we need to know? And Rickbill seems to think a second, goes, there is little beyond that which has been asked. I was to answer what questions I can, if you have them, but there is little I can say.
Iala reaches into her stuff and takes out the lithoglass map. This is a picture of our world. Is it possible to show us where these other doors and guards are using this?
It is not.
No. Okay. Not that easy then. She puts the map back.
What about Foreign Fell? Is he part of all of this?
In a way, perhaps I do not understand. I would have to ask my big sister.
Do you have a big sister?
Raziel.
Ah. You have a lovely family.
Rickbill sort of looks at the group of you, then looks back to you, Nim, and goes, you have a lovely family too.
I do.
If you would excuse me a moment, I know the gods wish to grant you a boon, although there are many restrictions on such a thing. And they sort of like start to tiptoe, and then there's just like a spreading of the wings. They do not flap, but they just start to hover. And Rickbill reaches a hand out for Maltori and goes, Master Maltori, if you would accompany me. And Maltori looks at Rickbill, seemingly hesitating, still clearly angry, before they just let out a sigh and goes, excuse me, children. And
You wanted an angel.
They take Rickbill's hand.
Information.
We will be here for when you are done.
And you see the Lysol, the parts on the rest of the gods moving separate, as if to interact easier with Maltori. Their shifting form, slowly solidifying into just a skeletal figure, white beyond belief, a sort of ghostly aura around them, floating motes of light, indicating souls. Must be what Maltori thinks of. And you see him approach her and bow deeply. And she, makes him stand, lifts his head a bit. And they start to have hushed words. The group of you standing amongst yourselves, away from the gods, away from him. Alone for a moment.
Feels wrong.
Hmm?
It feels wrong. We should not be here.
But we are. So
This is the thing of golden heroes, not us.
Well, no one's born a hero.
You know what I mean, though. This would be. Mm.
Hmm,
You
I'm
could tell
trying to.
me that Kieran was here, and I would believe you.
I'm wondering if I should try and get actually doodle down some of these faces. They keep changing.
What are you
This
trying
is,
to do?
and just draw some of this. I mean, how many times are we going to be able to see the?
Noah reaches into their pack and pulls out the
Camera.
instant camera.
Oh
Okay.
God.
It
Uh-huh.
takes a picture.
Okay. All right. The printout is blinding white light.
Son of a!
And when I say it's blinding white light, it's glowing.
It hurts
Yeah.
to look.
Yep.
But
Useless!
You have to remember the gods. They're showing what every view of them can be.
It's not that useless, Noah. Now, if we have a lanterns that will never go dark.
shine
got a
your
glowy
holy
object.
light, Noah.
Yeah.
If you don't
But-
want it, I'll take it.
I don't know. Like, even if we try to explain this to somebody, I think that they would think we were blaspheming.
With the whole no interfering thing. I think of those of the
Which
highest faith.
Nim
would
is averting
believe.
her gaze from looking at the gods as much as she can, even though like she
Yeah.
wants to look.
Mhm.
She's trying really hard to not look. 'Cause it's not just it's painful. It's that I don't know if I'm allowed, and
Mhm.
she just keeps trying to correct herself.
Like, keep
Even though
coming.
it hurt,
Okay.
even though it hurts, Iala keeps stealing glances at the dragon gods.
Mhm.
She
Alright.
can't keep her eyes away.
Taryk's actually trying to see if she can actually even spot Korisk and the group up here.
Yeah, you can.
Okay.
Korisk is there. Korisk appearing to you as very cretchy, in fact. There's that knowledge aspect because a lot of people project themselves onto their gods, and there's
Mhm.
that draconic aspect.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
sure how much I like that current view after what we've been
Uh-huh.
through.
But you actually do see now that the gods seem to be slowly disappearing one by one. Orlan is the first to leave. There's some gods interacting a little more, as if saying goodbyes in this form. One by one leaving, until the only gods that remain are Lorn, Hea, Korisk, Tiamat, Bahamut, Morgani, Lalasil, and Miris, and Lysil with now Tori.
Oh, the love goddess didn't stay. Mari.
Oh, and Tamari, yes.
Oh no, he's fine. I don't need to be here.
Which
Mari's like, you got this, kid.
once the other gods fade away, and the gods do seem to like separate themselves a little forcefully. That shifting visages settles down a bit. Cassian, Tamari is the most attractive centaur you've ever seen, and there's almost a foxish aspect to her, like just that shape of the centaur's ears, like that tail's a bit tuftier. Real fixin' of a centaur.
Yeah.
Uh,
That's the
Pretty
sway that
red coat.
won't quit.
Taryc, I think perhaps Korisk becomes a little more indicative of that draconic aspect and just looks like a hunter. They look like they could dive through the skies. They're sleek, agile eyes that could see for miles. Just they really embody that. In fact, actually, you know what? I'm going to ask Noah. How do you
Yes.
think Lalasil looks to Noah?
Kind of
like if a person was a lighthouse. Kind of
a lamppost of a
tall-
lady.
Like a cyclops with a big glowing eye.
It's,
Say suddenly a lighthouse just appears up.
it's kind of tall with a long
So
white
has that
dress.
traditional bright halo of light around their head.
Yeah.
Yeah. How does Iala see Tiamat?
I've sent you a picture of what she thinks Tiamat is like.
Okey-dokey.
She pretty much just one of the epitomes of dragonhood. So
Maybe Iala's fake aspirations
yeah,
projected onto her god.
yeah. So it kind of, I would suppose it looks a little bit. There's parts of herself in
Mhm.
that because it's something she wants to be.
Nim. How does Nim view
Oh.
Bahamut? I will say, for a briefest
See-
moment, you do see Brahm.
I do see Brahm for the briefest moment, which that's going to be a little shocking to her
Uh-huh.
because in her
You
heart,
thought you were interacting with an angel.
yeah, I thought I interacted with an angel. In her deepest heart, that's what she thought happened. So she's confused feelings about that. But I honestly think that as a child, she always viewed Bahamut as, because he's the platinum dragon, this beautiful, like silvery, massive creature, just this, just the most dragon of dragons.
Mhm.
But she's kind of like tempered a little bit recently. Bahamut is still this big silvery dragon, but they look really like Nami to
Uh-huh.
her.
It's an oversized
Oh.
pseudo dragon.
Yeah, it's
Well,
an
that is the
oversized
most
pseudo
accurate
dragon.
description of Bahamut that's ever been.
Yeah. Unfortunately, that's kind of where she's been, but it's kind of flipping
Agreed.
between that and Braum right now, and she seems really confused. And then
Oh,
she's like,
God.
"Oh, this is heresy.
Confused.
Oh, this is heresy." Because there's like that brief moments of actual looks like Bahamut, then her twisted versions. She's like, "Oh no."
Heya
Mentioning it.
looks like the very traditional 2D interpretation of Heya. This tall woman with these goat horns and long, flowing, almost tentacle-like hair, and you can tell she's stepped back from the others a little bit and is gazing upon Nim and Taryc in particular, with a smile, like proud but faintly sad. And Lorne has just moved off, and Lorne still seems to be accompanied by Lucifer and like this one other angel, and actually by Jim as well. Jim just seems to be there talking with them, chatting well with this other strange angel. As Care is, of course, accompanying her, and doesn't seem to be paying the most attention to her to you all. Just like the occasional glance, she seems to be more like watching the other gods. But as you see, Lysol seems to hand Maltori something, and he bows his head again and comes wandering back over to the group. Yeah,
Can we go now?
you are to approach your gods, children.
If you're allowed to do that,
He
to
he
get
nods.
closer.
And as you ask that, you actually just see like Lorne gestures with her hand very gently towards the other gods, and Jim just like points with his thumb towards them.
God, that's way too much like him. Taryc will start walking towards Korisk.
Okay. You move towards Korisk.
Yes.
Is there anyone else moving?
Very unlike her normal countenance, where she's kind of loud and has stands up straight. Iala looks almost timid, and she's like unsure if she wants to move forward, but very small steps. She's kind of sliding herself towards Tiamat.
Okay.
Nim
Cassian's
straight-
Cassian's going to sally up to Iala, wrap his arm around her, and go, "You've got this. You.
Do not touch me, Cassian. This is a lot right now.
I know it is. That's why I'm saying you've got this." Anyways, I got someone to talk to myself. We'll see you when you're done.
Fully imagine Cassian clicking his heels as he starts to gallop off towards the goddess of love.
Oh no, I'm more imagining the Pinkie Pie spring. Sporing,
I still
sporing.
expect the little click of the heels as you just take off. Just Nim's going to straighten up and start moving forward. She has a hesitancy that she's moving forward, like trying to force that stride. And she does look at Lorne and Hea very strongly, and there's that brief step towards Hea that she corrects herself back to Bahamut, and but her tail is flashing full panic, full fear, just like that. But she's trying really hard to just move forward.
Nomi like gently nudges you with his head and then like matches your stride, which is slow for Nomi.
He's doing the like shuffle, shuffle, foot, shuffle, 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 guessing, look, watching, imagining.
Right.
Noah.
Noah kind of casually walks up to Blarasil.
Gonna do the handshake, the cool fist bump.
For most of you, as you approach your gods, everything else ceases to be. You do not see your companions or the other divinities now. It's just you and them. Taryc, you do see Hea still. There is that connection, but she is standing back. Nim, Lorne is still watching over you. Hea, meeting you with that little smile again as Bahamut bows his head down. And we're going to start with Cassian. Cassian.
Yes.
As you approach Tamari, she actually just smiles at you. Oh, such a sweet smile. And she just like opens her arms up as if like, come give me a hug.
Cassian, go on hug.
Right. You get embraced by her, and she just whispers into your ear, and oh my god, it sends a shiver down your spine. It's good to see you again.
Again?
Your soul has come through my heavens so many times.
Okay, that's surprising and interesting.
Yeah, she like lets go of the hug and smiles at you and goes, oh, I think you have a lust for living. You might not know it yet this time round, but
Okay, I will accept that. So how are you today? Aside from this entire situation.
sad and happy.
Someone you knew has moved to heaven, and happy you get to see someone else you knew?
She nods and goes, there's many things to be happy about, but Wilhelm's passing while he comes home to us is still a tragedy.
Yeah. Farewell, Wilhelm. Welcome home.
You, my child, are to receive a boon. I think Rickbeal has already explained our restrictions, our limitedness.
You can't interact.
Interfere.
Well, no, you can't interfere. Yes.
What would you like? Would you like to know where true love lies?
To know that would kind of
Ruin the
defeat
fun?
the point. Yeah.
Then what can
There
I
are
give you,
questions
my
that
child?
I have. There are questions I have that I'm already working towards the answers on. And that's another chase that would be ruined, but that question will have to wait.
And what does the heart want now?
The heart wants to know if my second family is all right.
They live. They are not in suffering. They are not in immediate peril. There are troubles, but they are okay.
makes me want to go back even more.
You will, eventually. There are truths there that you will find that I think will displease you, but there are comforts too.
But with displeasure comes the chance for learning and happiness and extension and growth and having a good time. And Cassian looks up at her and just eyebrow waggle.
Well, my child.
And I'm sorry, I haven't been as active as I should be. It's been kind of a little bit of a long slog.
She gives you a little grin at that and goes, there are times like that in all lives, whether they worship me or not. But I do hope that you'll resume your prayers.
I most certainly will when I can breathe again.
Then always remember me through this. And she's going to lean forward and, the most luscious lips you've ever seen plant a kiss on your cheek. And, it is left tingling. And as you reach up and touch it, any touch like that, you will always feel that. And she smiles at you. And Cassian, this plane of existence ends for you.
Oh.
Noah.
Can't believe Cassian got cursed
Noah.
by his god.
The
Yes.
lighthouse blares. Whoop! Warning for a ship approaching.
So much
Make
for
your
being
save.
poetic.
You approach Lalasil, and thankfully, as you approach, that brightness seems to adapt, not blinding, just always letting you know where her face is. And you come on up to her, and she greets you with a gentle smile and just goes, "I'm glad you found your way to me."
I'm surprised that I actually found a way to you, like, literally, and not in the,
Metaphysical sense.
yeah. This is a lot to take in.
It is, and I think through all of this might muddy things a little more for you all. While we offer clarity, eventually, the immediacy is overwhelming. And she sort of like looks to you as if, is that right?
Yeah.
But you will find your way through it, and you will help your friends do so as well.
That's what I plan.
Now, and she sort of like holds her hands out for you.
Noah raises her hands and presents them to Lalasil.
And she just takes them in hand very gently, just holding, and she goes, I know that more than being a guide, you like to discover.
Yes,
You
I've
are
been.
so curious about the world and beyond.
That is what I'm finding out about myself. Yeah.
I want you to know that as you, my follower, will always be in my heart, and I hope always in yours, that it would give me no greater pleasure to know that I have guided you to the right spot, that you have found your place. So never fear disappointing me or feeling you've gone astray.
Noah kind of grip tightens in her hands, and
Thank you.
A guide is no good
I'll
if it cannot guide the self to the right place, can it?
always keep your guiding light in my heart. It's what led me here in the first place. And I thank you for that.
And she smiles brightly and goes, I cannot wait to see you discover your belonging, your passion, your quest of self. I think you already have inklings of it.
Yeah, as you can see, I'm ever changing.
As a fae should be. And being a fae is a very fine thing.
Thank you. Thank you for what you've given me thus far. It's it's been very very helpful.
She tilts her head a little bit, goes, giving you maybe, but you reached out and found it yourself.
And Noah kind of gives a wry smile.
It's um uh so so now what? I'm not really learned in what to ask of a god face to face.
Well, there's not much we can offer, honestly, but if you have questions or a small gift you would like, I'd be happy to give it. I'm not too good at this boon thing myself. The others have a little more experience.
Uh, Um would you is there any way you could guide us, or at least myself, to these other breaches? Something that would at least point us in the right direction? The world is really big, and trying to find a single door amongst it,
She,
let alone many.
she frowns a bit and shakes her head and goes, not until the accords are broken, but I could help guide you to other things that are... And she seems to be hesitating as if bumping into rules. Places of interest. Would you like that?
Yes, I think that would. Yes, I think that would be. I think that would be lovely.
Then, my dear, you will take this as my gift. And she folds your hands over each other, creating a small clasping in the center of your hand. And you feel an object there now. And she goes, it's attuned to a metal that will follow it when it starts to function. And I think you will find things that you need.
And Noah unclasps their hands to see what's there.
You move to unclasp your hands, but your existence in this realm ends.
Ah,
Iala.
Here I am.
You walk up to this large draconic figure, imposing almost, and they do stand proud, they stand tall, and they give you a respectful nod as you approach.
Hello. She's even though she's been staring at them, now that she's close by, she's having difficulty bring trying to look her in the eyes.
Sorry,
So
for many reasons. You are very proud,
I try to be, yes.
headstrong,
Maybe.
dedicated.
Yes.
You exemplify so much, and it brings me joy.
Does she uh she tenses up at that and actually manages to look up at her. Thank you. I'm glad to for that.
But
I
you should
believe.
embrace your anger at us. I can feel it, the disquietness. Hold no shame.
Yes. Sit. She breathes in deep. I'm glad that I finally got to meet you. My great time at. But I really wish you. I met with you sooner and not been sent on that goose chase around and around. We were nearly killed by angels of the divine while searching for answers.
Those are not our angels. But you are right. And yet you triumphed, and you have come out stronger.
Yes, 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 I have. She tries to stand up straighter, uh, trying to get confidence, but there's still lingering feelings of uncertainty because this is the I was gonna say person, but thing she's been looking up to for a while since uh, her mother was gone, and now that she has it in front of her, she's not sure what to do with it.
Tell me, my presence, my appearance, it is not overwhelming now, is it?
No, I can I can see you just fine.
Understandable, achievable.
Is it achievable, uh, my Tiamat?
Mortals stand
Can
amongst us. Former mortals.
I don't even care about being a god or anything. I just I found my I found to
You want to be more than
will
you
I
are.
yes.
Are you not
I can
worthy?
am I? She kind of perks up. Do you think I am?
I think you are worthy of me. I think you are worthy of yourself. Do not demean yourself in the search to become more.
This, there's a kind of a buildup in her chest, and uh, she was sad when Wilhelm stopped moving, but now she's kind of having a really hard time holding back tears. Uh, and through kind of a wet mess in her face, she's trying to blubber out thanks to her.
She just nods and goes, "Wear your emotions proudly, child."
Thanks. I'll try. I
And then
thank you for.
she nods again, and then her demeanor seems to change a little bit, almost becoming softer, sweeter. And she actually wraps an arm around you and pulls you in. She just goes, there, it's okay. I know it's been hard, but it's right. You are already so much."
Iala breaks down. She can't really hold it back anymore and just cries into Tiamat.
Okay.
Oh.
We're gonna move a little bit, not ending that scene, but letting that rest and have time. As you actually get an extended bit of hugging from Tiamat
Oh.
with the other dragon, Taryc.
Yes.
You get flashed a vicious smile. It reads as vicious at first, but then it's excited. And Chorus just goes, "What a journey you're on."
Yes, it is.
Felt
It's
many a
been
foe so
journey.
far.
Yes, and I have a feeling many more to come.
I think perhaps you are not as upset by the circumstances as your fellows. Opportunity.
Ah, yes.
Hmm. So, what can I do for you to assist in your hunt?
I honestly am not 100% sure. I have spent most of my life just continuing the hunt as I can. I would enjoy no more rocks from the sky.
Trebuchet
was
is a
not pleasant.
troubling apparatus, indeed.
Yes.
Then
I do not know how the centaur took 2 of those.
a hardy fellow, indeed. But, my dear hunter, how about I help you a little bit with that weapon of yours?
I think that would be appreciated.
A powerful instrument is something to be desired, but not if it controls you.
No, it is not.
I cannot fix it, and I cannot stop it. That'd be interfering too much. I can't even give you the solution, but I can tell you the old caves of Mordreth are very interesting.
Old caves of Mordreth.
I think you'll have a good hunt there.
I will remember that. Thank you, Grand Hunter.
And they tilt their head a little bit and go, "So, do you need assurance and comfort like the others?"
I just saw the assurance that my friend is well taken care of.
We welcome you all back into the fold eventually. I know there is sadness in the end of things, but we would not let someone so grand go by the wayside. Not even someone not so grand.
That is good to hear. Thank you for everything you have done, even before I knew of you.
I do have an ask, however. I know that we are giving boons, but I have an ask.
Yes, what is it that you ask of me?
When time comes, eat Kretch's heart. I know that your friend will desire maybe his blood, but you devour the heart.
I will.
Call to me when you do.
I didn't catch it. Just call to him. Right?
Call to me when you do.
I will.
Good. Now, you are going to do a task for me. I've told you of a fun hunt spot, but what do you desire?
Honestly, I desire to continue the hunt.
That's a good ask. Okay, then. You will continue the hunt. You will be such a fine hunter. And they reach out and they just trail a claw down your cheek, and it does cut ever so slightly. Go with my mark then, hunter.
I will. Thank you.
And that existence ends for Taryc. Iala, you've cried into Morgana's shoulder, and as you pull back,
I am at.
Tiamat, yep. You see Tiamat look down at you now. That expression has changed again. Not that forceful brutalness, not that almost endearing comfortedness, but almost quizzical, intelligent, watchful. Eyes a glimmer, pondering, and they go, Better?
A little bit, yes. I can now at least speak full sentences.
Mhm.
She says through a stuffed nose and wiping her eyes.
I can be a troubling god. I am a god of those that seek for themselves, and thus my assistance and help is rarely wanted or appreciated, and thus it makes it hard to do for those that do desire it. You understand?
I think so.
So,
I'm
let us help each other. Let's figure out what I can do for you. I will be a better
He has
god.
15 magic items.
I will be a better god for it.
But what can I do to become closer to you and the others?
Closer. Is that what you desire?
See, I was told by a devil that drinks the blood of fellow dragons, but I don't want to fully trust the words of
Mm.
such a creature.
He's correct.
There's-
That would work. But you see the pitfalls of such a quest. Not all dragons you
Yes.
encounter will be bad. And it requires those that have been slain.
Yes.
In that case, my boon to you will be guidance. If you want to become a dragon, then do as we've already asked. Amass power. Those that worship me, those of my faith, and that of my mother and father, if you are able to learn polymorphic arts, they can be made far more potent, far more powerful under our purview. Would that help you more? To become a dragon without having to slay kin?
I can try and learn that if that will help. I'll she's steadying herself. I'll delve into the magics I was given and try and
It is not
become
beyond
stronger
you,
there.
I promise. While you may think that is
Right.
the purview of wizard or sorcerer or any of the others, even your talents can achieve it. I'll make sure of it.
Okay. I will do that.
Just do not lose
She
sight of the strength that is already here. And she just pokes you in the sternum.
okay. I can do that. I can do that. She says a little bit more confidently.
Then here, she holds out this black rockish material. It's a little jagged, but it's got a large, smooth surface. And she goes, fingernail claw, all the same. I can do this. Trace it.
She
Words on the rock.
she takes her finger and starts tracing that.
You feel you're able to push into this material, leaving inscription in the rock. I can do this. And then she just holds it out to you as if to take.
She takes it into her hands.
Yeah, always remember your promise. The hardest material of this realm.
Yes, I will.
Go, my daughter. Be strong, be mighty, be emotional, be everything that you are.
I will do that. I can do that. Yes.
And
She's
she
getting more
smiles.
confident and standing straighter.
Then roar for me, like a dragon. And she bellows.
Sparks go up Ialia's horns as she breathes in deep and lets out a lightning infused roar with her.
And as that blinding lightning arc shoots out, that is where Ialia's existence on this plane ends. Nim.
I like to think that when we all join back together, Yellow's going to be shooting that lightning
She's
into the crowd of
electrocuting
us.
everybody, yeah. Nim.
Mhm.
This large silver platinum pseudo dragon bows his head to you as you approach. You can see the eyes alight with kindly glimmer, and you hear a familiar voice just rumbling, reverberating, going,
Me.
"Good to see you again."
But Bahamut. Honor me.
Bahamut, or Braum, or whatever you wish to call me. You even know my true name.
Dingus.
There's a happy chuckle from them. Yes, Dingus.
I was told it is but, not okay by churchman to
It's
say
my favorite
that.
name.
Okay, maybe I pray that name in quiet so I not get in trouble with the church peoples.
You know the value of a name given by another.
Yes.
And his head tilts over to Lorne just slightly and goes, "She gave me that name, and it is my favorite." I'm sorry I wasn't there for you earlier in your life. I'm glad you
It is
found
no
me,
one's
though.
fault.
I love Hea, but she and her kind are very, very overwhelmed. It does
I
not
could have done
excuse
better.
anything. You were a child. You were failed.
I am where I need to be.
You are. And you are with very fine people. I would offer you a boon, but I think I have one to give you already. If you would permit me.
I do not need a boon. I have everything I could want in life.
Then
I got it all of a sudden.
allow a old fool to help.
Of course, great Bahamut.
He
As long as
smiles.
it does not infringe upon my patron, she would be very jealous.
She has given me permission.
Oh, good.
She dwells in valuable things, and I'm sure she's quite happy with the arrangement.
There is an arrangement.
I was told in no uncertain words through her incantations and prayers, the wrong word, but reaching out, that you are hers. And he seems to smile at that.
She would be correct.
And that is the way it is. But here, know that I am watching over you, and I will always be there for you as much as I can. But more importantly, thank you for giving one of mine such a good home. And he looks to Nomi.
I am honored every day to be with Nomi. I'm thankful that he stays with me.
Then our meeting will be short. But this is what I leave you for a time. Take all you need. And his wing moves away as he actually turns as if to leave. And as it shifts, you see a Fennec girl standing there. Smiling at you.
Mitzi!
Hello, Nim. And they're going to come on over and
Why are you in Bahamut's heaven? That's not right.
I'm not
We should complain to somebody.
I'm not saying with the daughter.
Okay,
But
good.
he brought
Because
me
I'd be
here.
like, he thief you.
Can we talk about our adventures together?
I would love that.
And Nim, you will get to spend a bit of time with your old friend, knowing that she's okay. She's happy where she is. And she does miss you, and she misses life, but it's not all bad. And that's your interaction until finally it comes to an end, and your existence on this plane ends.
It was a good campaign.
And yeah, campaign over. You've all been annihilated by your interaction with the gods.
Gods.
And as you all find yourselves standing in the street with the body of Wilhelm, that's where we're ending this week's slightly long session.
And the slight smell of ozone from the
Uh-huh.
lightning bolt that had completely got
Yeah.
off.
A centaur standing there, wobbly as heck.
All right. Hope that was okay. Everybody gets
That's amazing.
12,000 experience points. You get 5 points of piety, and
Wait, 12,000?
no, 1,000, 2,000 experience points and 5 points of piety.
Okay, 2,000. Okay, I thought I heard
Yeah.
12,000 for sure.
No,
What
no.
the heck? It's like, did we kill a god? All right, and 5 piety, you said?
Yep.
Mhm.
And we will do this same time next week.
I'd like the 12,000
Oh, I'm
experience.
sure you would.
No.